just getting information that the chopper that is likely to be carrying the body of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga could be lifting up from the international airport here.
The sheer amount of emotion there at the Kisumu International Airport, of course, Okukusa, speaking to some of the residents who are there waiting, already lining the streets, not just here to witness, but to say goodbye. And not just any goodbye, but a final one. You could hear from the emotion and grief they speak from, because for many here in Kisumu, this is the man they grew up supporting. You know, for others, the only political leader they've ever known, determined to be part of this moment. And you could tell even in that sea of emotion, one sound rising again and again, chanting that famous term, Joey. You know, we're told that this cry is often used during funerals of great figures in Luo culture. A call not only of grief, but of recognition, acknowledging that a pillar has fallen, a protector has rested, or a warrior that has laid down his sword. It is worth noting the security situation there, both at the Kisumu International Airport, across and throughout the city, up to the stadium, at the Mamboleo Stadium, that the county administration, together with the national government, have done a remarkable work in managing today's unprecedented gathering. Of course, the entire Mamboleo area turned into a secure space where all the mourners, especially the people from that region, can pay their final respects to their son. And indeed, the stadium has historical weight today, by the way. It is here that the body will lie in state, here that official tributes will be read, and here that prayers will be offered and hymns will be sung, and also here that Raila Odinga's final journey to Bondo will also begin. And throughout the Kisumu, really that lakeside city, there is a sense, an atmosphere of grief and also calm. You know, we've seen discipline, you know, not imposed but inspired, because Raila Odinga was never just a politician to these people. He was family. And today that family is doing him proud as we continue to monitor what takes place. We expect to see the procession from the Kisumu International Airport make its way to the Mamboleo grounds at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium. And while we wait for that to happen, of course, you can just tell this important moment of reflection and what it truly represents. We can see a military jet that is landing at the Mamboleo Stadium. We're going to see what that means if the body of the late former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, will be there. But you can see the mourners have gathered, all have been seated. It is 58 minutes past 7 a.m., just 2 minutes to 8 a.m. We follow the program and the schedule. Of course, we understood that the body was expected to arrive at the stadium around this time, around 8 a.m. So we anticipate to see what is happening there. And we can... all right, so I believe this is where the body of the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga will be now offloaded from that military jet and will be headed to the dais, that special dais that has been prepared, where people will be allowed to pay their final respects. He will lie in state there, and this is happening according to the ceremonial event or guard from the Kenya Defence Forces. I'd like us to just get some sounds on the ground as we see what's happening at the moment. From the Kisumu airport, what we're witnessing, a moment of profound national emotion as the body of the late former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, being officially offloaded from the military aircraft that landed about half an hour ago at the Kisumu International Airport. On your screens now, the casket draped in the Kenyan flag, carefully being carried out by a military honor guard dressed in full ceremonial uniform. It is a moment that is being marked by both discipline and deep sorrow as Kenya receives, and Kisumu indeed receives, the body of one of her greatest sons. We can see that security has been heightened across and throughout the city. And the Kenya Defence Forces stand at full attention within the stadium. We believe that once that process has arrived, or that process has concluded at the airport, the procession will make its way to the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium at the Mambo Leo grounds. Well, this is not just a military protocol, it is a people's goodbye. Starting with this symbolic return to the land where Raila's journey also began. Around the airport perimeter, crowds have gathered in the thousands, quietly watching from a distance, and there is some stillness in the air as well. And the hearts of those watching heavy in silence for this particular moment. And of course, soon the casket will be placed on a ceremonial carriage and escorted by a full convoy toward the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium in Mamboleo, where public viewing will take place. But as for now, the body is being carefully received by the KDF pole bearers. We have the live pictures there as well from the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium, Mamboleo grounds, as the military personnel and Kenyans at large, the mourners, the thousands of mourners who've gathered at the stadium are waiting for that procession to make its way to the stadium so that the public viewing can begin and they can pay their final respects for the son of the land. And of course, later on, the procession will make its way to Bondo at the Odinga homestead at the Opoda farm in Siaya County, ahead of the burial, which is expected to happen on Sunday. And of course, those are live pictures from the Kisumu airport. It is a military protocol. We see that the casket draped with the national flag placed on that carriage that is now slowly moving away from the aircraft, surrounded by top officials and some of our national leaders as well accompanying the casket, and military personnel at the airport accompanying it so that they can begin the journey to the stadium where thousands are witnessing. It is a moment of profound national emotion for those who are watching, those who are witnessing that the moment there personally at the airport, those watching across the country and those waiting at the stadium. The body of the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, which has officially been offloaded from the military aircraft that landed about half an hour ago at the Kisumu International Airport. And actually that is the Kenya Airways flight, the aircraft that carried the former Prime Minister. We're going to follow to see what happens next and the protocol the military will be using to transport the remains of the former Prime Minister all the way to the stadium where mourners have certainly gathered, and of course will be waiting to pay their last respects to the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Certainly at this hour, Kisumu remains completely at a standstill. It is the kind rarely seen outside other national ceremonies, but today it is a different type of grief and celebration, a quiet reverence, an overwhelming emotion, and also a deep sense of loss. And we see that the carriage is now being transported and slowly moving away from the aircraft as we wait to see what happens next, which is how that body will be transported to the stadium. Will it be by road or will it be by the military aircraft that is standing by there? And of course, this is currently what is happening. A solemn moment, but of course, a moment of profound national emotion, and the body of the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that was offloaded from the aircraft moments ago at the Kisumu International Airport. The casket draped in the Kenyan flag being moved carefully by a military honor guard dressed in full ceremonial uniform. It is a moment marked by both discipline and deep sorrow. And of course, we can see the honor, the guard of honor, the military guard of honor moving the carriage slowly away from the aircraft that it arrived in, and the casket that is being guarded carefully from the aircraft moving, followed by close family and friends, and of course also members of the Odinga family. You can also see there Raila's longtime bodyguard Maurice Ogeta who was there, who's also been deeply emotional. Of course, he's been the late Raila Odinga's bodyguard, and he has been there from the moment that the news broke out of the death of the former Prime Minister, and the emotions that we saw. Of course, we saw a tear drop from his eye, and trembling in his steps as he made his way alongside, throughout, on Raila Odinga's side, by his side, you know, offering comfort even as mourners looked on in silence. And there you have it, the final journey of Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. A full military guard of honor, dressed in full ceremonial uniform, accompanying the casket, draped in the Kenyan flag. It is on a special carriage, and this is what is happening at the Kisumu International Airport. Of course, we wait to see what happens next and how they intend to transport the body of the late former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, to the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium at the Mamboleo grounds. The Kenya Defence Forces standing at full attention, and the ceremonial handover will begin. This is certainly not just a military protocol. It is a people's goodbye, starting with this symbolic return to the land where Raila Odinga's journey began. They will be loading the remains of the former Prime Minister inside the military aircraft that is on standby. Let us cross over live at the airport to listen to what is happening on ground. All right, those are live pictures coming to us from the Kisumu International Airport, if you're just joining us. And of course, the streets are lining up to the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium at the Mamboleo grounds, and certainly history unfolding before our very eyes. A solemn chapter in Kenya's national memory. What we're witnessing is a transfer of Raila Amolo Odinga's body which has now been transferred from the Kenya Airways aircraft that brought him home in Kisumu into a military aircraft that will now carry him on the final flight of his extraordinary journey to the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium at Mamboleo grounds, where thousands are already waiting in mourning, in memory as well as in gratitude. This is not a long flight in distance, perhaps just minutes in the air, but in meaning it is quite vast. We have seen the military protocol that has taken place there. Of course, the honor and in honor of the legacy and the man Raila Odinga means for the history of this country. And of course, this handover from the national carrier to the military, marking one of the highest level of honors accorded by the state. It is a symbolic of a man who carried the nation's hopes for decades and who never served as president, but who was in every other sense a statesman of the people. Now, as we watch, the casket still draped in the national flag being carried, and of course it was being carried by a full military pallbearer unit. We are reminded of the weight not just of the wood and cloth, but of legacy. Raila Odinga endured quite a long political history in Kenya. You know, he led movements. He held the country together in chaos in some of those moments, and also gave voice to generations that came after him. Just moments ago, or maybe about 40 minutes ago, the Kenya Airways flight touched down at the Kisumu International Airport. It had been a quiet descent, a reverent stillness, really, even as thousands gathered outside the airport to get a glimpse of Raila Odinga and to pay their final respects. The aircraft doors opened to a guard of honor. We saw some family members. We saw some of the party official members of ODM and other national leaders as well. Top military officials also in silence, standing there as the casket was being removed with utmost care. And now what we saw is a symbolic gesture, placing the body of Baba into the Kenya Air Force aircraft for the final ceremonial airlift to the waiting crowd there at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium at the Mamboleo grounds. You can see the security situation there, the tight security, but mourners that have already lined up the streets all the way from the airport are waiting for Baba to land at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium, Mamboleo grounds. Of course, mourners in their thousands are on their feet, and also the clergy that have lined up in preparation for prayer. Earlier on, we could hear the crowd chanting, "Joey, Joey." A mourning cry really reserved for great leaders in the Luo tradition. It's an acknowledgement that someone irreplaceable has fallen. It is a mixed sense of emotion for those who are sitting still in their grief, for those who are mourning in song and dance, for those who are celebrating him in different ways. And now that crowd will be lifting their eyes to the sky, because soon above the city of Kisumu, that single military plane will be flying low once it lifts from the airport and once the preparations to airlift begins. And they will know that Baba has arrived, and the aircraft, as we understand, will perform perhaps a low ceremonial fly past before landing directly at the Mamboleo grounds, but we are yet to confirm that. That is something we understand might happen. And of course, where the landing strip has already been secured by the Kenya Defence Forces. And from there, the casket will be escorted by a full military motorcade. into the stadium and placed upon the state viewing dais where the public tributes will begin. We've seen the dais, there it is on your screen, and the military guarding it very intensely there. Every step of this journey has been quite deliberate, symbolic, measured in reverence. You can see some of the Luo traditions taking place there at the stadium, paying tributes. Every single mourner there paying their own tribute in the very best way they know how to, for this man who symbolizes something great, not just for the Luo Nyanza region, but for the entire nation, reflecting the depth of Raila Odinga's impact, not just in politics, but the lives of ordinary citizens. Again, not just for those within that region, but for the nation. And for many who speak about, his attempts at the presidency, truly, he never did hold the presidency, but yet today he is being honored with full state protocols, military precision, and the kind of love and mourning usually reserved for heads of state. The final leg of the journey, short as it may be, carries the spirit of a long life spent fighting for justice, equity, as well as democracy. So we'll stay with these live images as the aircraft prepares to lift off. There you have it, quite ready for that lift off. The pallbearers stepping back, and of course we also saw some of the family members standing close by, and we'll be hearing the hum of the engines in just a moment. The nation watching closely as this event takes place. The people of Kisumu, the people of Kenya, and across the continent as well, watching. And they will be lifting their eyes, watching the skies, just waiting to see what takes place next, because in that aircraft is more than a casket. It is actually the weight of memory, the weight of people's struggle. This man who symbolized that, the journey of Raila Amolo Odinga, now on his final flight home. There you have it, live pictures, and we see what is happening now. That military aircraft about to take off, that is carrying him. At the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium at the Mamboleo grounds. Certainly not a long flight in distance, just a couple of minutes that this aircraft will be in the air. It will be a short distance, but in terms of meaning, it is quite vast. And that handover that we saw from the national carrier to the military, it is one of the highest levels of honors accorded by the state, a symbolic gesture, for a man who's definitely carried the nation's hopes for decades. We saw his struggle and his history. He's made and he's left his name marked or etched deeply in the books of history of this nation. He served in many different capacities. He did not serve as president, but who was, in every other sense, a statesman of the people. And of course, thousands, tens of thousands of mourners are on their feet waiting. We can see the choirs singing softly. You can see those members of the ODM party adorned in the orange party, because Raila Amolo Odinga was the party leader of ODM. And of course, he loved and he revered and he has led ODM party for all these years. And, it symbolized, the movement that he led. We saw in the crowd those who were chanting, different things, including Joey. You can remember he used to chant the same, Joey, Joey. And, a mourning cry really reserved for the great leaders, great warriors within the Luo tradition, an acknowledgement that someone irreplaceable has fallen. There you have it, that aircraft about to lift off from the Kisumu airport, that's the Kisumu International Airport, making its way to the stadium there at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium, Mamboleo grounds. Every step of this journey being quite deliberate, symbolic, and measured in reverence. We will see what happens next, and of course, this entire process reflecting the depth of Raila's impact, not just in politics, like I said, but in the lives of ordinary citizens across the nation. And the final leg of this journey, short as it may be, does carry the spirit of a long life spent fighting for justice, equity, and democracy in this country. So we continue to stay with these live images as the aircraft lifts off. We will be confirming if the aircraft is just lifted off is the one that is carrying the remains of the late former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, and we'll be giving you details in just a moment. And truly, in that aircraft is certainly more than a casket. It carries the weight of memory, the people's struggle, and the journey of Raila Odinga, now on his final flight back home. That is what we are seeing, and of course, we anticipate to see in the next few minutes that the process will continue at the stadium. The people of Kisumu have been gathering in the stadium. The night vigils that have been happening from yesterday evening and even throughout the entire day yesterday, just waiting for this moment, waiting to say goodbye and pay their final respects. The leaders who've already arrived at the stadium will be a part of that moment. A moment wrapped in history indeed, the kind that actually steals a crowd, and of course, thousands rising to their feet in reverence as the aircraft slowly lifts off. We will be seeing the aircraft that will be arriving at the stadium any moment from now. We will be confirming if we saw an aircraft that lifted a few moments ago, but we want to confirm which aircraft that is carrying the remains of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, whether it has already lifted or whether it is the one that we are seeing on our screens at the moment. But right here, you can see the grounds ready to receive that body. It has become a sacred space indeed. The stadium has been prepared for the past 2 days, now in full solemn mode, and you can just feel the atmosphere from here. Tributes and public mourning. The military honor guard already in formation, waiting. Their white gloves, some are wearing their white gloves as well. Some in their polished boots, waiting for this moment. The kind reserved only for the highest state of honors, or the highest state honors. And of course, for many who are waiting for this, we can see the leaders have already arrived, and the aircraft there, live on your screen. We will be confirming whether that is the aircraft that is carrying the remains of the late former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Raila Odinga. We saw his casket draped in the Kenyan flag, surrounded at that moment in still silence, and the moment that this aircraft has landed, you can feel the atmosphere and the crowd that is charging up to receive their own son. And across the stadium, those who are chanting, people holding photos of Raila, some raising them high, others pressing them to their chests, hands in prayers, and of course others also holding back their tears. The word on many lips is Baba. We saw the chant heard earlier, Joey, Joey, now returning in soft murmurs, a cultural cry, a collective farewell, and certainly a final salute. Let's cross over live to the stadium to understand and also just listen in to what is happening on ground at the moment before we come back with more details.
Yes, pictures, the lakeside city of Kisumu, as the city gears up for an emotional and historic moment when the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga arrives for public viewing at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium in Mamboleo, Kisumu County. Now, thousands of mourners across the Nyanza region have thronged their way to the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium here, many of them to pay their last respects to a man whose political life shaped Kenya's democracy for more than 4 decades. It is an event marking the final leg of the nationwide tributes that have drawn massive crowds since Raila Odinga's death was announced in India on Wednesday.
Yes, it is a very important day for the people of Kisumu, and also a very important journey for the family of Raila Odinga, friends of Raila Odinga, because that touchdown that we have on our screen right now is a touchdown that the people in this stadium today and the people in Kisumu were waiting for, because finally the viewing of the body of Raila Odinga will be starting 35 minutes past the indicated time. We had hoped that the touchdown will happen at 8 a.m. It is right now 8:35 a.m. But nonetheless, you can see, Michelle, the kind of reaction that we are observing from the terraces, how the people are receiving the body of their hero. This is their king. And later on, we'll be speaking to why this particular venue is very significant. Because remember, up until the handshake time, there was no stadium at this particular point. This stadium came in with Raila Odinga playing a very, very critical role under the regime of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and thus his body being brought here carries a lot of weight. He saw this particular stadium being constructed. He was here for the launching of this particular stadium when it was first used. Remember, even President Uhuru Kenyatta, accompanied by Raila Odinga during that handshake time, even hosted the very first national celebration from this particular venue. And it is here that his body is now brought back for viewing. I have spoken to people on the terraces, and these are people who are coming from across the region. I spoke to a lady who was coming from Huisero, that is in Kakamega County. She said she traveled yesterday specifically for this. And that shows the kind of love, Michelle, that the people here have. What else do you expect?
Absolutely, Ibrahim. I mean, as you mentioned, that airfares from the Nairobi-Kisumu route have tripled, even quadrupled in the last few hours, as many expect to make their way not just to Kisumu, but also to Bondo to pay their last respects to Raila Odinga. So not just Kenyans and locals, but also international dignitaries and international guests are all making their way to Kisumu and Bondo. And so we've seen even the Kenya Airways expand its fleet from Nairobi to Kisumu to enable more Kenyans to make their way to Kisumu ahead of this public viewing of the body here and its transportation to Bondo, the final resting place of Raila Odinga. And of course, we're expecting the body to touch down any moment now from the Kisumu airport. You can see authorities heightened security preparations ahead of that viewing. Of course, this move follows chaotic scenes that are witnessed in Nairobi earlier in the week, but security officials have assured residents here that everything will proceed without any incidents. Strict measures have been enforced already. The Kisumu governor, Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, is at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium, and you see the presence of more dignitaries from Kisumu and across the region, especially those from the ODM party arriving in anticipation of the public viewing of Raila Odinga.
Yes, more dignitaries arriving. I think I can see the Kisumu West Member of Parliament, Rosa Buyu. I can also see Member of Parliament Mishi Mboko walking here, and like you've already mentioned, Governor Anyang' Nyong'o is here, but also on that particular podium is CS Opiyo Wandayi, who the CS for Energy. I've also seen on that podium the Governor for Migori, Ochilo Ayako, has also arrived. I've also seen the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Interior, Raymond Omolo, as part of the leaders who are already here. And I do not know whether we could try as they pass here to even speak to some of them, but the leaders are also here. Much as we do not expect speeches, I see these are developments coming by the day. For instance, Yesterday we were told no one will be sitting on the terraces. Today we are seeing people on the terraces. Yesterday we were told there will be no speeches. Today, by the look of things and looking at how the people have taken their position, perhaps they may be expecting to be addressed. Who knows? So it really plays out by the minute. No one will certainly predict what will happen once everything unfolds. So we keep an eye. The members of parliament are already those who have arrived. I've seen Rosa Boyu, I've seen Mishimboko, I think, and a host of other members of parliament have walked into the center of the field. However, there will be that touchdown in the next few minutes, Michelle.
Right, and of course a mammoth crowd is outside the stadium as we speak, even as the little spaces that were set out for the public have filled to capacity. Many say they must see the man they called Baba, and so it will be interesting to see how security officials balance that. But of course, like you say, Ibrahim, no one was expected to be sitting in here, standing in the terraces, and this is all happening, and it's expected that we'll have a bit more leniency because even the supporters themselves, the mourners, have come out here quite peaceful, all chanting Joey, Joey in anticipation of the body of Raila Odinga. Now remember that Kisumu is quite crucial in Raila Odinga's story. He spent much of his formative years in Kisumu County, and about 1947 his family relocated to Kaloleni Estate in Kisumu when his father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, was beginning his
kutazama mwili wa kiongozi wetu Right Honorable Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwako mwenzangu tafadhali.
Asante sana ndugu Misango kutoka kikosi cha ulinzi.
Really, it's I know they were speaking of politics from as early, but many did not expect that particular talk to come from the CS, especially at this period of mourning. There will be a lot of people positioning themselves from this particular region. But Michelle, you also mentioned the ties that Raila Odinga and the larger Odinga family have with Kisumu. Not only political interests, there are vast business interests here in Kisumu. Various industries or various companies that Raila Odinga himself was running that has even provided job opportunities for the locals here. And when the people here see that Raila Odinga is gone, then it's a person who they not only relate with politically, but to some of them, this is a person who has touched their life even economically, because job provision and various other things. Look at the kind of reception that you have coming to Kisumu. Look at the kind of people we saw, even while making our way to this particular stadium. Even at the airport right now, the crowds from the roundabout right outside the airport, yet that is so many kilometers away from the stadium, but the love is there. And it makes me wonder, Michelle, how that journey by road from this stadium to Bondo will be, because the numbers out there are crazy.
Absolutely. Many have called this a Mandela moment. The roads are lined up with mourners from Kisumu all the way to Bondo, as much as the body is expected to leave Kisumu at about 3 p.m. heading to Bondo. Security officials have also mulled quite a bit about that transport by road. Taking the body by road to Bondo. Residents on the way, many of them saying it is important for them to get that last closure, especially because the burial itself of Raila Odinga, the final resting place, will take place on Sunday at Kango Jaramogi. But his elder brother, Oburu Odinga, who is also the chair of the co-chair of the State Funeral Committee, did mention that the burial will only be attended by a few select people, family members and close friends. And so for the residents of Kisumu and the residents of Bondo, this final journey to Bondo and the final viewing at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology in Bondo really is all they have. We spoke to many of them in Bondo who are expecting the body to leave from Kisumu. Many of them came to Kisumu saying they wish to carry Baba's body on their shoulders themselves all the way to his final resting place. Again, it will be interesting to see that balance from the military traditions and then, the military men handling the body of Raila Odinga and how they allow the residents here to own the body of a man they are saying goodbye to.
Yes, and the other thing that they also have to come to terms with, and they've been trying to come to terms with, is the wish by Raila Odinga to be buried in 72 hours. Because for them, this is not something they are used to. I think the only other high-profile individual who also had a similar wish was the late General Ogola. And now Raila Odinga says he wants to be buried 72 hours upon his death. And the people feel that there are so many things they wanted to do in mourning Raila Odinga. Perhaps what is the norm here is not that kind of period, not 72 hours. So by the fact that they have to squeeze themselves within the time that they have been allocated, then this is what explains the number of people we are seeing. Remember, today's viewing, it is starting at around 9 p.m. and I think that is the touchdown we've all been waiting for. And it will be concluding at 3 p.m. So basically 6 hours with thousands of people who are waiting to view this body. I do not know whether these 6 hours will be enough or whether we are going to see a situation where the organizers will have to extend the time. But also remembering that this particular body will have to go to his Opoda farm home, then it is important that they keep time. But Michelle, there is the aircraft carrying the remains.
All right, and a lot of anticipation here at the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium as what is expected to be the helicopter carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga touches down. But we've had several others of these with security officials just ensuring that the landing will take place as expected. And let's see what comes out of that. But look at the crowd. Many of them very, very calm in anticipation. Bearers have already arrived on the ground. Dignitaries, some of the members of the family are also here, and so all eyes are on that is now just touching down at the
Shikilia. DJ tunaomba Yesu Toyota linga linga. Ah Yesu. Ah Yesu. Ah Yesu.
Bondo town. However, there are people, so many people, who have taken position. There are announcements being made, announcements about what the procedure will be, what steps will be taken to now ensure that this is done. These are very important rights, a very, very important process. They do not believe that Raila Odinga has passed on, and in many African cultures, it is up until you see actually so knew that
kupokea mwili wa mwenda zetu na kutuletea mahali hapa ili umma uweze kutazama. Tutulie sote kwa heshima tafadhali.
They oversee this particular process. Later on,
who are expected to ensure that law and Raila Odinga. And so again,
inasikika kwa mic. Madam, unajua sasa unajua Kenya wote. Teremka chini, mwili inapelekwa chini, wewe ndio chini. Hata pale unaweza kulia hapo. Must you make noise? Some of us also are breathing the way you are breathing. Madam, nataka usonge nyuma. Basi maafisa hawa hivi sasa wakiweza kuelekea upande ule wa pili kuweza kushukisha mwili wa mwenda zake kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga kutoka kwa helikopta hii hivi sasa. Msikize RC vile anasema. Sikizeni vile RC anasema. Hata msonga nyuma. Ama tateremka. Tusonge nyuma tafadhali, tusikize vile RC wetu anasema kwa heshima tafadhali. Wengine wakuje hivi. Watu wasonge nyuma. Tafadhali tutulie, studio tulia hadi tuweze kupokea mwili mahali hapa. Ni sherehe fupi ya kijeshi kisha tutaweza kuendelea tafadhali. Tutulie tafadhali ili tuweze kupokea mwili huu wa kiongozi wetu. Tunazidi pia kuomba kushirikiana na maafisa wa usalama jinsi tulivyokuwa tumesema hapo jana. Tuwashukuru hapo jana wakazi wa Kisumu, mliweza kukariri kwamba tutakuwa na amani, mkaweza kuwasha mishumaa. Mama Raila Odinga akaweza kuomba tuweze kuomboleza kiongozi wetu kwa amani. Tunaomba tuwe watulivu, tuweze kuomboleza kwa amani na kupeana heshima za mwisho kwa kiongozi wetu. Mwenyezi Mungu ameona ni vyema Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga aweze kutangulia mbele za haki, na inshallah mimi na wewe siku moja tutaweza pia kuelekea kule. Kwa hivyo jinsi Mama Aida aliweza kukariri jana kule Nyayo, nitaomba wananchi wazalendo wa Kisumu tuweze kuomboleza baba kwa njia ya heshima na amani. Tafadhali. Hata simsonge nyuma, mlie mkiwa nyuma kuliko mimi naongea na nyinyi mnalia kwa mic. Security officers, tafadhali mnaomba muweze kufika kwa main podium. Mnaomba muweze kufika hapa juu kwa main podium ili tuweze kuwa na protocol kidogo ya wenzetu kuweza tusonge nyuma tafadhali, tusonge nyuma tuweze kupeana. Tusonge nyuma tafadhali, tupeane nafasi. Kwa heshima tafadhali, tusonge nyuma. Tunaomba kwa heshima tafadhali. Basi tunavyoshuhudia hivi sasa, mwili wa mwenda zake ukiweza kuletwa kwa sherehe za kijeshi, kwa tafrija za kijeshi hivi sasa, wakiongozwa na viongozi wetu wa kidini kutoka makao makuu ya majeshi ya ulinzi. Unavyoshuhudia kiongozi wa kanisa la Kianglikana, Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ni Mwangilikana. Kisha kiongozi wa dini ya Kiislamu na kiongozi wa dini ya Kikatoliki.
Tukubaliane hivi. Adui Nyang Kisumu, naomba uje sehemu nilipo utusaidie hapa kwa studio. Naomba Adui Nyang Kisumu tafadhali. Na County Inspectorate, nyinyi mumesimama nyuma yangu, niondolee kila mtu hapa ili hata watangazaji wapate nafasi. Kila mmoja arudi nyuma kabisa. Kila mmoja. Wewe afande, fanya kazi yako ya county. Thank you. Na tafadhali mupee mfawidhi Misango heshima ambayo anastahili. Huyu ni afisa mkubwa sana hapa nchini. Tafadhali. Alois, 2 more meters nyuma, nisaidie. 2 more meters. Tuende 2 more meters. Askari wa county, 2 more meters. Na upatie.
Asante sana mdomo. Bagi tunazidi kushukuru. Basi pindi tu tafrija hizo za kijeshi zitakapokamilika, tutaweza kuwa na maombi mafupi. Kisha baada ya hapo tutaweza kuelekezwa jinsi tutakavyotazama mwili huu kwa heshima na taadhima. Ninazidi kuwaomba tuweze kufuata maagizo kutoka kwa maafisa wetu. Tuna muda wa kutosha kuweza kutazama mwili wa kiongozi wetu, na kwa heshima tafadhali tuweze kufuata zile itifaki ama ukipenda protocols zile ambazo zitakuwa zimewekwa na maafisa wetu. Bagi tosha tafadhali. Mwenzangu Ochieng, tafadhali wapo mko tayari. Wenzetu upande ule wa pili wanaweza kukamilisha zile tafrija zetu za kijeshi, na ninaomba kwa heshima wananchi wa Kisumu, ninaomba kwa heshima vile jana Mama Aida Odinga alituomba tuomboleze Mheshimiwa Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga kwa njia ya heshima. Nitaomba tuweze sote kusimama ili nimpishe mwenzangu tuweze kufungua kipindi hiki kwa maombi. Kisha baada ya maombi tutaweza kuelekezwa itifaki ya kutazama mwili huu. Kwako Ochieng.
Asante. Niombe popote ulipo usimame kwa heshima ya taifa. Kofia zote zisizo rasmi zisalie kuvuliwa. Kila mmoja kunyamaza. Kimya. Maafisa wa itifaki sasa musitembee jukwani. Kila mmoja kunyamaza kimya kwa wimbo wa taifa wa Jamhuri ya Kenya utakaofuatiwa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Wimbo wa taifa. tukisalia kusimama kutuelekeza mbele zake jalali aishie milele, kwanza 𝙐𝙘𝙧 kisha Askofu Washington Ogonyongede ataongoza wachungaji wengine kwa maombi. Niombe tumpe nafasi 𝙐𝙘𝙧.
𝙐𝙘𝙧. Pinyiruda no joyode maneno, pinyiruda no mude maneno, pinyiruda no mude maneno, pinyiruda no namie maneno, agobu ujalego, pinyiruda no mude maneno, pinyiruda no namie maneno. Kodiamo alemo nyasach kuku kubanga sirakuru inemani bolo ramuga juangi pinyka wawuotho nyaka bunyoro kitara luono oloyo kuro wawuotho wangado wabiro ramogi nyasach ramoga juang ineno kajaduong no chung edonam ewi got kong'iyo to neno ni kaka maber majokanya nam betie imiyo wa jotelo ajoma ulalo alogo imiyo wa jimalich Raila Odinga nyibiro modipudhe edierwa walami nyasach ramoga juang ewani wuoth mar kowe Tomoloyo parluo nyingi mwana yududuang weche duto mawacho ojo polomalo piaj polomalo piaj polomalo piaj.
Asante Askofu Washington Ogonyongede, na naomba Askofu Zakio Sokot naye asongewe vizuri. Asongewe vizuri.
Haya, tufunge macho tuombe. Baba Mwenyezi Mungu, siku hii ya leo ni siku za huzuni nyingi kwa wakaji wa Kisumu, wakaji wa Nyanza, wakaji wa Kenya wote kwa jumla. Baba, tunakuja kuombea mwili wa mwenda zake, rafiki yetu ya ndani kabisa, Right Honorable Engineer Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga. Baba, wakati huu tunaomba kwa mwili wake, naomba Mwenyezi Mungu umbariki mkewe ambao tunampenda sana, ambao wanamtumaini kwa mambo yote. Kwa hivyo saa hii Baba ana huzuni nyingi wa kupoteza mpendwa wake ambao ni mke bwana wake. Mungu mbariki mama wetu mpendwa Her Excellency Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, na Baba naomba kwa mtoto wake Rosemary Odinga na Raila Junior na Winnie. Mungu wafiche chini ya mabawa yake yangu kwa mwaka nyingi. Na Baba, maombi yetu ifike mbele yako, tukijua kwamba wakati huu mwana wa lego yuko pamoja nawe katika mahali pema peponi. Mungu ubariki watu wote na ubariki Kenya, na amani iendelee. Tuombe, tufanye maombolezi yetu kwa mpendwa wetu na amani. Shukrani kutoka hapa mpaka Bondo. Mwenyezi Mungu tunaomba wewe utulie, watu wote wa vijana wote wampe heshima ya mwisho kwa rafiki yetu, ili tumsindikize na furaha na amani utokaje juu mbinguni. Ninaomba nikijua kwamba umeifanya, na ni kwa jina la Yesu Kristo aliye mkombozi wetu. Amen and amen. Hapa naweka kwa ndugu wetu Archbishop Sakaya Sokoko. Weka atache. Kama. Maka. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu. Amina. Farewell prayer for the Honorable Raila Odinga. Oh God, our Creator, you are the Father of all goodness. We thank you for the Raila Odinga and the many years you gave him. Raila was our Prime Minister, was indeed many things to many people of Kenya. Of the world. He dedicated his entire life to the service of the people of Kenya and beyond, and through the works of his, together with the other Kenyans, enabled the Constitution of 2010 and its attendant institution to being enacted. As a leader of opposition party, he participated in many elections, despite winning 3 elections in our country and its results being short-changed. Raila would always forgive and moved on. He taught us forgiveness. He accepted the verdict of the Supreme Court, thus teaching us about the importance of belonging to the rule of law, shaking hands with those who were pronounced as presidents. He had the heart of forgiveness. Oh Lord our God, your servant Raila Odinga put the love of our country first and foremost. He always put his Kenya first. May he always learn from him the management was in his example. And preached peace for our motherland, Kenya at all times, and enabled importance of freedom of speech. Almighty God, I thank you for having given me the courage to save the life after his second detention. Kane jotan pini doatima lal kingima Yesu. Yasai no lal kode mutere Egypt. Anbe kane mara ilobiro na lal kode nyakurugu kyako tiyo no kendo kode oko. Today, as we bid him farewell, we thank you, Almighty Father, that you enabled Raila Odinga, after his self-exile, to initiate together with others vibrant political parties which have helped to improve and shape our democracy and thrive to make Kenya a better home for all Kenyans. As an engineer, we thank you, oh Lord God, for insight you gave Raila to design by passing our cities, many highways and roads serving our beautiful country, Kenya. Finally, your servant, Raila Odinga, taught us the importance of respect for life.
He abhorred any spelling or blood of any Kenya young or old. May you, Almighty God, for receive our faithful servant home, and may he rest in peace. We pray through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God forever and ever. Amen.
Asanteni sana watumishi wa Mungu. Watumishi wa Mungu, niombe wananchi tuwapigie makofi mazuri. Wamefanya kazi kubwa. Let's appreciate our men of God. Asanteni sana for your service this morning, especially Archbishop Zacchaeus Okoth, who has been a great friend of His Excellency Dr. Odinga. Niombe maafisa wa itifaki tusaidiane wakati askofu anasaidiwa kuelekea upande mbadala. Kuna nafasi ya kuketi imetengewa viongozi wa kanisa. Asanteni sana. Asante, tuelekeze hapo kwa heshima na kwa polepole. Thank you, men of God. Thank you, men of God, for your service. Thank you, thank you. Samahani kidogo, thank you. Yes, but we are not ready to go in yet.
DJ Spider-Man.
Spider, ngoja nitakuambia.
Waheshimiwa magavana, waheshimiwa mawaziri, tunaomba kwa heshima muweze kuketi kwenye jukwaa kuu. Tunaposubiri kamanda wa jeshi letu la wanamaji tuweze kupokea mwili, aweze kupokea mwili hapa rasmi, kisha tuweze kuendelea. Hiyo ndio itifaki ambayo nimeweza kupewa, tafadhali.
Vile vile nitasisitiza kila jambo litakalotendeka tutawapea mwelekeo. We will guide appropriately on every matter that is going to take place.
Tufunge hiyo gate tafadhali.
I am most humbly requesting our leaders that we wait for
Arocho. Funga hiyo gate tafadhali.
Kindly let us wait for instructions and directions.
Studio tupe huo muziki ambao ulikuwa umetupa. Tunaposubiri waweze kufika tafadhali kwa muda mfupi, kisha tutaendelea na itifaki tafadhali.
Ule anaenda wapi?
DJ Asante sana DJ. Asante sana DJ.
Shikilia Spider.
Asante DJ. Asante DJ. Tafadhali tusianze mafarakano. Tafadhali kwa heshima. Kwa heshima tusianze mafarakano tafadhali.
Funga hapo kwanza.
Mama Aida Odinga jana aliomba tuweze kuomboleza Mheshimiwa Raila kwa amani. Wanasiasa wetu tafadhali, tunaomba tusianze hivyo. Hatutaweza kudhibiti. Tufuate itifaki ambayo imewekwa na maafisa wa usalama. Kindly, our politicians, we request. Tafadhali.
Pole pole, wewe unasukuma mpaka askofu.
Tufunge hapo. Funga. Funga hapo tafadhali. Funga hapo. Yes. Yes. Tutulie tafadhali. Tunaomba kwa heshima. Mama Aida Odinga aliomba tuomboleze kiongozi wetu kwa amani. Na ninaomba tafadhali waheshimiwa, ile protocol tumepewa mahali hapa tuweze kuifuata. Wewe ni kiongozi, una watu ambao walikuchagua. Ukiweza kukaidi, hawa wananchi watakufuata. Tafadhali. Studio, tupe muziki tafadhali. Shikilia kidogo, wakili Otienda Amolo aweze kuendelea tafadhali.
Jothurwa, mali en jakom en mar state. Waluru kaka giwacho mondo gini odhi mayot. Kata wan wabunge, hiye joma noseneno ringre baba, ok onego wadhi kanyo ni wapapni gi jo Kisumu. Wasuduru chien mondo joma pok oneno ringre baba, one ringre baba. Watimuru gini mos.
Tukubaliane hivi. Kuna mipango imepangwa kabambe. Jana tulikuwa na watu 1500 Nairobi. Kila mmoja alipata nafasi. Na mimi naona wananchi wa Kisumu wametulia tuli. Sehemu ambayo hatufuati maagizo ni hapa jukwani. Na hiyo ni makosa makubwa.
Wakwayo jotelo manie tent mondo wuogi oduoge e dais kaindi. Mheshimiwa Governor Nyong'o and the team, please, if you could lead back all the leaders to the stands so that we make it easy for the officers. All the leaders tent. Kwayo jotelo manie tent, jo manie tent go mondo owuog oko. All the leaders manie tent. Kaito jomanika, vijana manikagi, ne. Goluru jomani mbele kagi, te. Aya, ya uneuru jote logo yo mondo kadhi. Ya uneuru jote lo mondo kadhi, mondo giduoga e stand koni. Can we have all the leaders back? I think you can play the music.
Wakati viongozi wanarudi, Spider, takwa yun mondumia yoka sama jote lo duogo koni, erokamano. Spider. Yes. Alando kama. Sama wadine no ringreja tendwa. Jotelo man ka biro rito komondi. Watieki gi jopiny. Kaito koro jotelo. Misango.
Asante sana mwenzangu. Wananchi wazalendo wa kaunti ya Kisumu, tunaomba tuweze kuendelea kuwa na utulivu. Muda mfupi tokea sasa tutaweza kufungua umma kuweza kutazama mwili wa kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga kwa uwanja huu wa Jomo Kenyatta hapa Kisumu. Our security team, tafadhali muhakikishe kwamba VIPs wanaweza kuletwa huku juu ili tuweze kuendelea na ratiba. Tafadhali tuweze kuwa watulivu. Our security team. Haya, asante wananchi wazalendo.
Jothurwa,
tafadhali tusonge nyuma tafadhali tuweze kuapisha maafisa wetu.
Hapo wawao. Fungua hapo ili maafisa waingie.
Fungueni hapo. Tutoke hapo tafadhali kwa heshima. Tutoke hapo tafadhali kwa heshima. Tuweze kuapisha wanajeshi wetu tafadhali kwa heshima. Mnaomba muweze kupisha wanajeshi wetu tafadhali.
Nyinyi mulio hapa nyote musonge kwanza. Adui Nyang, kila mmoja hapa aondoke. Songa nyuma wewe.
Tusonge tafadhali.
Asante. Namna hiyo.
Thank you.
Kuja kabisa hivyo unavokuja. Fungua hapo nyuma. Sasa. Fungua. Wewe kijana mwenye kofia, rudi nyuma. Asante. Fungua hapo kabisa. Wau. Adui Nyang, fungua hapo kabisa. Fungua hapo kabisa ili hawa viongozi wetu waweze kuingia na tuendelee na shughuli hii.
Mnachelewesha nafasi ya kupeana wananchi kutazama.
Jothurwa ngeuru ni kumutie ni okubineno ringre. Navy commander manyaka donji ekaya ringre baba ekwa bro neno. Koro onge tiende dhiruo kacha ni donjo kacha. Duok chien mondo donji mondo yawnwa mondo wachaki.
Asante. Tuelewane hivi. Sisi ni watu wanyenyekevu na watiifu. Lakini lazima heshima itadumu hapa siku ya leo. Na tumeshampokea pamoja na viongozi wengine ambao tutajuzwa na mwenzangu kutoka kikosi cha idara ya jeshi ya taifa. Wananchi kule pembeni ni waombe muendelee kuwa watulivu kama mulivyo, na ni washukuru sana. Nyinyi ni watu wazuri.
Mwenzangu kidogo tu tena niweze kuomba kwa heshima. Hapo jana tuliweza kuwa maeneo ya Nyayo, uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo. Ni uwanja mkubwa kuliko huu. Halaiki na maelfu ya waombolezaji waliweza kufika kuomboleza kiongozi wao. Hatukuona haya ambayo tunaona hapa. Na Mama Aida aliwaomba kwa heshima. Mama Aida aliwaomba kwa heshima muweze kuomboleza kwa amani. Na akaomba amani, amani, amani. Tafadhali wananchi wa Kisumu, tunaomba tusiweze kuwa na mafarakano, tusiweze kusukumana. Asante sana. Ningependa kutambua kuwasili kwake mkuu wa jeshi letu la wanamaji akiwa ameandamana na General Officer Commanding Western Command pamoja na naibu Inspector Generali wa polisi Bwana Gilbert Masengeli kuweza kuendesha ratiba hii rasmi mahali hapa. Shikilia kidogo. Officers from National Police Service, kindly occupy. Tafadhali polisi wa kitaifa, mnaomba kuja hapa kwenye lango kuu. Mnaomba kuweza kufika hapa kindly mahali Deputy IG ameweza kuonyesha mkono wake. Tafadhali
wewe wawinjire uru akanyo ayewe chemang'eny aikanyo wuod ng'ane
kujeni hapa tafadhali.
Namna hiyo kila mmoja aondoke, kila mmoja, na hiyo ni agizo lazima ifanyike. Kila mmoja. Hawa watu 10 wamebaki ndio wametuzuia kuendelea.
Tuondoke hapo tafadhali, tuondoke hapo.
Nyinyi vijana hapa, si usonge tu jamani, ndugu yangu. Suda. Kamano.
Polisi tafadhali, tuhakikishe hao wote wameondoka hapo.
Pole.
Tuhakikishe wameondoka hapo tafadhali.
Pole. Asante. Suda. Songa tu pole.
Tuhakikishe wametoka hapo.
Pole, ni hawa wachache tu. Wananchi wengine hawana shida. Hawa wachache wasonge.
Kina mama tutoke hapo tafadhali.
Nyinyi moja kwa moja musonge, hata nyinyi mko na reflector, songa.
Tusonge sasa. Tuachie polisi hapo tafadhali. Police take charge ya hiyo gate tafadhali. Tuondoke hapo tafadhali.
Asante. Kila mmoja asonge.
Asante. Tutoke tafadhali.
Mama, songa jamani. Biblia inasema usituweke kwa majaribu jamani. Mama, songa tu mwenyewe.
Songe tafadhali. National Police Service officers, let's take charge of that place kindly.
Aya, sasa naomba
Bagi endelea.
Sasa tunaanza rasmi ratiba ya kutizama mwili wa baba yetu. Wale walio kwa jukwaa hii, utashuka, utapita moja kwa moja. Ukisha utizama, unaelekea upande wangu wa kushoto kama unaondoka. Tukimaliza na hapa, njia ya kuingia kwa wananchi wapendwa uwanjani ni geti nambari 6 ambaye ni mkono wangu wa kulia, na kuondoka geti nambari 8 mkono wangu wa kushoto. Ukisha tizama unaenda moja kwa moja. Kwa hivyo tunaanza upande wangu wa kulia kuanzia geti nambari 6. Tafadhali sasa wananchi wako tayari kuanzia hapo kupita katikati kuelekea. Tuanze na wananchi wapendwa upande wangu wa kulia. On my right, sasa we are ready to admit the great people of Kisumu and this region to view the body of His Excellency. Ninaomba sasa waruhusiwe na kwa pole pole, usisukume mwenzako, iko nafasi ya kutosha. Wamenisikia na agizo hilo wamelielewa vizuri. Tunaenda kwa upole. Kwa upole. Tunaenda kwa upole. Foleni ni moja. Foleni ni moja. Foleni ni moja. Wewe usipite laini bwana. Panga laini ndugu yangu.
Get 6. Wala ndio wakubwa.
Ngoja Spider.
Siao watu wote waende huko.
Sikia hivi. Nimefanya tangazo ambayo inaeleweka. Kuingia ni upande mmoja, kutoka upande wa gate 6, kuondoka ni gate 8. One straight line. It is very very clear. One straight line. Unaanzia kule mwisho, unazunguka, unaondokea upande mmoja. We have no two lines. Entry direction ni moja. Unaenda mpaka kule mwisho, ukimaliza unapiga kona na unaondoka kama umeenda. Hakuna kurudi ndani ya uwanja. Wale wakishaanza sasa, tutaruhusu wananchi walio upande ule ili tuwe na mpangilio mzuri. Foleni ni moja na tujaribu kutembea kwa haraka. Hii kazi itaisha kwa muda mfupi sana. Please, we are viewing from my right to the left. If you are facing the dais, from your left to the right. Na kuondoka ni direction moja. Na hapo mahali mwili huko kusiwe na msongamano hata kidogo. Vile vile usipige picha ya mwenda zake kwa simu yako ya rununu. Tunatizama na kusonga. Tunatizama na kusonga. Basi tunaendelea vizuri. Unaenda upande wa kulia kule mwisho, ndio unazunguka, unapita katikati ya askari. Na hapa katikati hakuna kusimama simama.
Watoke hapa sasa.
Viongozi wale mko hapo, mutizame na nyinyi pia mupeane nafasi ili kusikwe na msongamano hapo. Hatutaki msongamano kwa laini. Viongozi tizama na muelekee nyinyi vile vile. Kusiwe na msongamano. Viongozi, nafikiri tumemaliza awamu yetu, tusonge ili laini iweze kusonga. Viongozi, na waomba sasa tusonge ili laini iweze kusonga. Bob Madanji, kindly now lead the leaders away so that we can have space for the rest of the people. Laini ni mpaka mwisho, tafadhali afande. Laini ni mpaka kule mwisho. Mpaka kule mwisho. Na njia ya kutoka unatokea gate 8, tafadhali. Njia ya kutoka unatokea gate 8, tafadhali. Na ukishatizama usirudi jukwani, tuelekee moja kwa moja. Na ninaomba tupee familia ikiongozwa na Raila Odinga Junior nafasi. Asante Raila Odinga Junior na familia ya baba pamoja na ujumbe huo. Asante sana. Basi naomba sasa kwanza wale walio kwa laini tumalizane na wao kwanza kabla tufungue tena. Na nione watu wakiondoka kuelekea kwa gate namba 8. Tafadhali. Huo msongamano uko hapo sasa uishe. Kwanza huo msongamano uishe. Na wale mliotizama njia ya kutoka ni upande wangu wa kushoto. Tafadhali maafisa tuelekeze watu huko. Tusiruhusu watu kurudi kwa jukwaa tafadhali. Njia ya kutoka ni kule. Asante ya Jiki Kodhi Amo kwa kutii. Asante. Kila mmoja fuata hiyo laini tukielekea. Kwanza tumalize msongamano huo. Tumalize msongamano huo na tusisukumane. Wananchi tuendelee, tunaendelea vizuri. Asante. Asante, asante. Tusonge. Asanteni maafisa wa usalama. Na vile vile tunaomba wale mumetizama, sasa tuelekee. Ukitizama unaelekea. Ili tuende kupanga shughuli zingine kule mjini Bondo. Kusikue na msongamano na wengine wapate nafasi. Wale wametizama, pita katikati ya askari moja kwa moja paka nje ya uwanja. Tujaribu ndio laini iweze kusonga. Tujaribu sana. Tusonge. Wale munatizama tunasonga tukienda, na tujaribu kukaza mwendo jamani. Tujaribu kukaza mwendo. Ukiingia unaenda mpaka mwisho kwanza, upande wa kulia mpaka mwisho kwanza. Tafadhali njia ya kutoka ni moja na ya kuingia ni tofauti. Sasa nifungiwe hapo. Wale munasaidia wananchi tuwasaidie ili tuende kwa hala. Tematema kasiria kasa. Asante. Maafisa mulio upande wa gate 6, naomba munaweza kuanza kuwafungulia wananchi kutoka upande huo. Na mufanye pole. Usisukumane tafadhali. Kikidhirwadu. Tunakuhitaji, familia yako inakuhitaji. Upande wangu wa kulia gate 6 tafadhali. Kule sasa inaweza funguliwa ili tuenze kusonga mpaka tumalize. Tafadhali nyinyi mutangoja. Na nyinyi vijana hapa, hamutatupanga. Wananchi pole. Asante. Usisukumane. Tuko hapa kwa ajili yenu. Hakuna mtu anaruhusiwa kwenda moja kwa moja. Kila mtu mpaka mwisho wa laini kule. Tafadhali. Ili tusilete shida. Kila mtu mwisho wa laini kule. Mwisho kabisa tafadhali. Mwisho kabisa. Asante afande. Thank you. mwisho wa laini kabisa, usiingie katikati. Wale munaingia polepole, musisukumane please. Hii ni siku yenyu, kila mmoja atapata nafasi yake. This is your day. Kila mtu anaenda mwisho nyuma ya laini. Na hapa tukimaliza tunafunga kabisa, pasiingie mwingine. Kwa sasa wananchi, tujaribu tufanye haraka, maana tuko wengi sana. Duluo.
Asante sana mwenzangu Mdomo Bagi. Tunasema ya kwamba tafadhali tunaomba baada ya kuona mwili, tafadhali usipate nafasi ya kuregea hapa jukwani tafadhali. Wakwayo nikise neno ringre jaduong kiki kao tulo mar duogo mala kiwanja ka tafadhali. Waneno jaduong to wawuok line en achiel tafadhali. Wadonjo gi gate namba 6 to wawuok gate namba 8. Ukishaona mwili tafadhali tusaidiane mupate nafasi ya kusonga ili wengine pia wapate kuona. Bagi.
Thank you. Tufuate hapa vile tunaelekezwa, tutumie upande wa nyuma. Vile tunaelekezwa ndio tufunge hapa sasa. Asante. Asante sana. Asanteni wananchi kwa kuwa watiifu, naona tunaendelea vizuri. Selector, utanipea nyimbo ya kupoza nyoyo zetu kwa umbali. Nyimbo ambazo zitapoza nyoyo zetu kwa umbali.
Yeah. Baada kuona
kusikia nyimbo hizi, tutaimba kwa pamoja, lakini kwanza ili tupunguze idadi ya watu walio uwanjani, kwanza tutamalizana na walio hapo. Nikipata signal tutaendelea kuruhusu wananchi. Kwa sasa kwanza tumalizane na wale walioko, na tafadhali naomba ukiwa kwenye foleni jikaze. Jikaze, najua sio rahisi, lakini tufanye kwa haraka. Tufanye kwa haraka tena sana. Studio
DJ Spider-Man.
Gate 6. Tusisukumane, nafasi iko ya kutosha. Nafasi iko ya kutosha. Muda uko wa kutosha. Tuko hapa kwa ajili yenu. Tafadhali tusisukumane. Na wale tunatizama, wale mumeshatizama, moja kwa moja hadi nje ya uwanja tukielekea kwa sehemu ya pili. Na ninaomba tukaze miguu jamani, tujikaze tuende halahala.
Ya. Wakwayo ni wadhi mapiyo kecho ganda ng'eny kendo ka iseneno ringre jaduong' kaw thuolo mari makende mondo idog oko, kik ichak iduog e laini kendo. DJ.
Upande wangu wa kulia tafadhali. Usisukumane hapo tafadhali. Na usisonge mbele kupita hapo. Utasubiri na nafasi yako iko. Usisukume mwenzako tafadhali. Hatuwezi kuendelea na hali ya mshike.
Wakwayo ni wabed gi yorruok makende kendo gate 6 mawadonjo gono tafadhali waritre mondo mi kik wayud chandruok koa kuom johera mag jakom. Asante Gabagi.
maafisa wa usalama, wewe ulio hapo mbele na uko kwa uwanja, lazima utaketi chini kwanza ili usaidike na sisi sote tusaidike. Na wewe uliye nyuma, wacha kusukuma wananchi wenzako. Tumekuambia iko nafasi ya kutosha. Tafadhali, sisi sote hapa, wewe ukiwa kwa uwanja paka uketi chini. Keti. Na asanteni wale munatii. Thank you very much. Sisi sote hapa ni jeshi ya baba. Kila mmoja anajiwe begani ya yale amefanya katika uwanja paka uketi chini. Keti. Na asanteni wale munatii. Thank you very much. Sisi sote hapa ni jeshi ya baba. Kila mmoja anajiwe begani ya yale amefanya katika safari hii. Kwa hivyo heshima lazima itadumu. Ya utulivu. Ukisha keti, maafisa wataelekeza vile inafaa. Usisukumane tafadhali. Kuwe na hali nzuri ya utulivu. Ukisha keti, maafisa wataelekeza vile inafaa. Usisukumane tafadhali. Tunakuhitaji, familia yako inakuhitaji. Tunaendelea kusisitiza na kuomba wale mlio uwanjani hapo mbele, kwanza unaketi alafu upewe nafasi. Kwanza unaketi ndio upewe nafasi. Ebedabeda pi kamano. Katako poni chweka kachweni. Tema. Asante kwa hatua hiyo maafisa. Na sasa laini naona foleni inasonga vizuri. Ukipata nafasi moja kwa moja ili wengine nao wapate nafasi. Asanteni sana wananchi wapendwa wa Kisumu. Na wale wa nyuma pia vile muketi, nyinyi mko nyuma hapo ndani ya uwanja. Kila mtu selector kwa umbali. Kwanza wewe ukiwa kwa uwanja lazima uketi chini ya kibepi. Mondo wakonyre. Mondo youth follow mani marne no ringreja. Aito jomobet bende biro yudo thuolo gi. Asanteni nyinyi wananchi wapendwa kwa kuwa watulivu tena sana. Usisukumane mbele wewe. Ukiwa hapo keti chini, wacha kusukuma. Keti chini, iko nafasi ya kutosha na muda wa kutosha. Asante sana. Keti chini wewe hapo mbele. Hata wewe uliobeba hiyo bendera, keti chini. Usisukumane wewe. Tuko watu wachache, hatuko wengi hapo mbele. Tukishirikiana itakuwa kazi ya dakika 2. Na hapa tulisema ifungwe, msilete mchanganyiko hapa. We funga hapa bwana. Sisi tunatengeneza. Ndugu, funga hapo. Kila mmoja asalie mtulivu, nafasi yako iko. Hapo mbele wewe keti. Keti tafadhali. Hii ni kwa manufaa yako na ya wote. Na asanteni wale mumeketi, kuna wachache hapo kidogo ambao bado hawajafanya hivyo. Nyinyi mkifanya hivyo hii shughuli tutamaliza haraka sana. Pole pole tu, usisukumane. Ndiyo naona sasa laini inasonga vizuri. Na hiyo ndio tunataka, hatuna jambo lingine. Kila askari aliye hapa yuko hapa kukulinda. Kila askari aliye hapa yuko hapa kukulinda. Na ukumbuke pia kujali maslahi ya mwananchi mwenzako kwa kutosukumana. Pole tu namna hiyo. Naona laini inasonga sasa. Inasonga vizuri pole. Keti tu mpaka saa ile utaambiwa na afisa wa itifaki kwamba sasa una nafasi. Keti tu kwanza. Na nikukumbushe, ukitoka unaenda moja kwa moja hadi nje ya uwanja ili kukuwe na nafasi ya wengine kufanya vile ulivyofanya. Spider, utangoja kidogo mpaka hali iwe shwari. Usisukumane nani. Pole tu. La msingi ni kwamba usiposukumana utapata nafasi shwari bila wasiwasi. Jana tulikuwa na wananchi zaidi ya 1500 uwanja wa Nyayo. Na hakukuwa na shida hata kidogo. Kila mmoja alipata nafasi. Wale mumekaa pembeni, mimi langu ni kuwashukuru kwa utulivu wenyu. Mumeonesha heshima kubwa sana kwa baba yetu. Wale mumemaliza kutizama, usikuje kando. Naomba uelekee mpaka kule mwisho ambapo pametengwa. Na wale stewards umevaa reflector, hakikisha wananchi wanafuata foleni hivyo wakiondoka. Hapa chini geti hii imefungwa na isifunguliwe hata iwe nani. Hapa chini geti hii imefungwa na isifunguliwe hata iwe nani. mano kende makuai tuolo ni tiere. Tunaendelea taratibu, na kwa taratibu hiyo tutamaliza salama wa salmin bila shida yoyote. Kwanza wewe kwa kiwanja nilikuomba uketi. Keti tu, nafasi ikue. Nafasi iko. Keti chini, keti chini. Keti chini tafadhali. Keti. Yeyote kwa uwanja keti chini. Hii ni kazi rahisi sana. Hii ni kazi rahisi sana. Wale mumetizama munaenda nje. Tafadhali msiruhusu wananchi kurudi upande huu. Wale mlio hapo mbele sielewi unasukumana kwa nini, mko wachache. Hii ni kazi rahisi sana.
Bagi linarifia ya kwamba viongozi wale tayari wameona Mwili wapate nafasi ya kutoka ili wengine pia waone Mwili.
Tafadhali msiruhusu. Nafikiri ilikuwa tangazo tulitangaza wazi kwamba ni jambo tu la kutumia akili, kwamba wewe umetizama. Sasa itakuwaje umekwama hapo? Kwa heshima na taadhima, kama kuna kiongozi ulio hapo na ulishatizama Mwili, basi peana nafasi, almradi wengine nao wapate nafasi yao. Ni hayo tu.
Kenda Mwili. Wakwayo ni wabed gi orwok makende kendo usebedo ka odhi maber. Wakwayo ni jotendwa duto moseneno ringre jakom, tafadhali wayud thuolo mondo wawene joma moko dhirruok man kanyono mondo lose obed gi kwe makende. Waseore chakre okinyi nyokwayo Kisumu mondo ubed gi orwok makende mondo mi ukony weche manitie. Miyo wadhi maber, mane kaka wadhi, kendo wakwayo ni wakonyre uru mondo wabed gi kwe. Dhirruok makanyono mondo rum.
Nilikuomba mapema ukiwa kwa uwanja uketi chini. Kuna mpango mzuri ambao umepangwa, na laini lazima itakuwa moja, haiwezi kuwa mbili au tatu. Kwa hivyo hakuna haja hata ya kusukumana, nafasi iko ya kutosha. Wale kwa uwanja, wewe keti chini mpaka uelekezwe. Keti mpaka uelekezwe. Nafasi yako. Mipangilio hii ni kwa usalama ya wote. Wale mulio uwanjani keti. Pole tu keti kwanza. Ndio tuwapange vizuri, kila mmoja apate nafasi. Ukioneshwa kwamba ni wakati wako,
kendo wadhi maber, kendo wakwayo ni wabed gi orwok makende. Wasud kaka wasudono ne jotendwa ma oseneno ringre jakom. Wakwayo ni mondo usud mbele. Mar ariyo, tangi ng'ama ni bathi, chunga mfuko yako tafadhali. Ukiona watu wanasukumana wako na jabaya.
Tulikubaliana kila mmoja kwa uwanja unaketi, alafu unapangwa kwa foleni, na laini ni moja, sio mbili.
Bwana wadhi maber oganda kendo wabeduru gi lain en achiel. Ka iseneno ringre tiwuok oko tiwene joma moko mondo mi odonje laini. Mar ariyo ne jotendwa mantie ka iseneno bodi kata nye iseneno, tafadhali mondo wabed gi kwe ka, wakwayo ni uwuog oko mondo we jogo mapok oneno mondo neno. Wakwayo ni waore aoya tuwasudo kaka wasudo no, wabed gi lain achiel emwakonyorego mondo wane ringre Jakom.
Mpangilio kutoka idara ya jeshi la kitaifa ni kama ifuatavyo. Wewe ili upate laini nzuri, sote tulio kando ya farasi kwanza tusonge nyuma, watupange vile tunaingia kwa laini zaidi ya moja kwanza. Baada ya hiyo sasa tutafatana kwa mpangilio. Kwanza songa nyuma kwanza, na utasalia hapo mpaka uelekezwe kwamba nafasi yako imefika, ili wale mko pale mbele sasa msisukumane na wananchi wakiingia kutizama mwili. Na ukisonga nyuma kule mwisho, hakuna kusimama, ni kuketi. Ni kuketi. Uketi mpaka nafasi yako ipatikane. Na nafasi yako iko. Nafasi yako iko. Wale mko kwa uwanja uko mwisho ni kuketi. Unipe kwa umbali Spider nyimbo za kupoza nyoyo zetu.
Hakuna mwingine wa kupenda. Ni wewe tu Bwana. Uliye juu mimi sioni. Sioni mwingine Bwana. Wewe tu ni Mungu. Ila ni wewe tu ni Bwana. Uliye mimi sijaona kamwe. Sioni mwingine wanadamu. Wakupenda ni wewe. Ila ni wewe. Yesu uliye juu. Hakuna mwingine
upande wangu kuna bridge kwa hii gate hapa, maana watu ambao wameshatizama wanarudia hapa. Hapa upande wa jukwaa chini, naomba ufungwe kabisa upande wangu wa kushoto, ili tusifanye kazi ya kuchota maji kwa gunia. Kindly let it be sealed off. No entry. Completely on my left of the dais. Watu wametizama tena wanarudia hapa. Tafadhali hapa ikuwe sealed off kabisa. Ikuwe sealed kabisa. Asante.
Welcome to this continuing coverage of the farewell of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Those are live pictures from the Jomo Kenyatta Stadium in Mamboleo Grounds, where powerful and deeply moments is now underway. My name is Wangeshi Muriuki.
And my name is Helen Aura. After hours of waiting, mourners have now been formally invited to begin viewing the body of the late Honorable Raila Odinga. What you're seeing live on your screens is more than just a ceremony. It's a nation's collective farewell. One by one, men and women, young and old, are approaching the flag-draped casket, stepping onto the platform. As you can see, the Kenya Defense Forces in full ceremonial uniform remain on both sides of the casket, standing tall in a silent honor guard as they also try to contain the crowd. They do not move, but their presence adds a layer of dignity to this sacred moment.
And we have been told that the viewing of this will go on for hours. Already, the lines have stretched far beyond the stadium gates. Those inside are moving respectively, of course, and slowly, of course, ensuring that everyone has their moment and a chance to say goodbye to a man many called Baba. Of course, here in studio, we'll be reflecting for a moment on what this means to many. And in studio, we're joined by one Kipruto Rapkira, who is a former minister and one who worked with Raila Odinga. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much. Just before we even dive into you working with Raila Odinga, let's just first understand what this news meant to you and where were you when you received this news?
Yeah, thank you so much. I was going to another studio only to see somebody calling me from one of the other studios. And she had called me 3 times on WhatsApp. Mm-hmm. So when I responded, as I was getting into the other studio, she told me that she needed me to appear frantically, and I told her what is the issue. She told me that Raila has passed on. Mm-hmm. For a moment, I did not believe that was the story. I thought it is one of the stories that we've been seeing in WhatsApp. Many people being killed, including James Orengo the other day, and of course the late Mwai Kibaki and President Moi. We got a lot of false alarms, but she told me that was true. It had happened, and it was with disbelief and a lot of shock that I received that particular message.
All right. At this particular moment, as you can see, this is a 12,000 capacity in Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu, and the crowds at this particular moment are swelling. You've seen several state funerals before. Yeah. What can you say about the numbers that we're seeing now? Have they surpassed what you've seen before? Former presidents, the late President Jomo Kenyatta, late President Mwai Kibaki, late President Daniel Arap Moi, considering even Raila was not a president, but accorded prime minister, but the people are now calling him the people's president.
Well, it's very interesting because it has never been like this before. Of course, when the late President Jomo Kenyatta passed on, I was in high school. Right. And of course it was shocking because we never believed that Kenyatta was going to pass on. It caught us by surprise. But within that surprise, it was not as it is today. that Raila Odinga, somebody who occupied position of Prime Minister, and 4 times he was close to the presidency, but he never clinched it. But you can see it's Raila was in office regardless of the situation. And I think he got so close to the people that people are not mourning him. They are just mourning the absence of Raila. The fact that he's no longer with us is something that many of us cannot believe. He's going to define the politics of this country in a different way from what we've known for the last 20 years. Yeah.
And if you look at this crowd, what does it tell you about this man? Because he was not just a politician. This is someone people have called the father of democracy. What kind of political dynamics do you see playing in Kisumu?
Well, it's very interesting. You know, Raila himself was passionate. Anytime you had a chance to have a tete-a-tete or conversation one-to-one, he would come down to your level, engage with you, ask you relevant questions, and make you feel comfortable. And when he was dealing with complex issues of the nation, he was able to decipher some of the most complex situations and give us an alternative view that later on became the reality in Kenya, including the issue of the Constitution 2010. Many people did not believe that we can have 48 governments within the Republic of Kenya. But it came to pass thanks to people like him who are really passionate about the need for this country to disperse resources from the center to various regions and units of governance throughout the Republic. So it makes me feel that people are genuinely mourning Raila because they know he was instrumental in a lot of changes, including the multipartyism.
Yes.
Because you remember Kenya was a de facto one-party state after 1963 or 64, when Kanu crossed over to Kanu. Then later on, it became the Jew one-party state. And it is people like Raila who are able to reverse that kind of misgovernance of the nation. So many people did not believe that President Moi will leave office. But in the constitution that was brought in with multipartyism, we introduced the issue of doing a maximum of 2 terms for somebody to exceed the office of the president. So all these gains are things that people are mourning, that the person responsible for all that is no more, and they don't know. Any one of us feeling issues is a statement that we need to wait and see.
Okay. Let me just take you back a bit, yeah? When Raila Odinga decided to join politics, he didn't wait to inherit politics. That time his father was still in active politics. In 1992, he still contested, thrusted himself in. He didn't wait for succession politics. When we look at our leaders like former President Uhuru Kenyatta and the other leaders that we do have, what does that say about him? He didn't wait to be handed the seat just to him.
It tells you a lot, and to begin with, realize that he comes from Luo Nyanza, but he decided that he was going to run a seat in Nairobi, which tells you that he was willing to take the risk because at that particular time, the Langata constituency that you know, which is now 2 constituencies, Kibra and Langata, was not necessarily predominantly Luo. It was the previous occupiers of that particular constituency were people from other ethnic groups. And as you know, our politics is ethnic. But he thrusted himself in it and he won the seat and defended the seat for the balance of the time that a presidential candidate would still run for the constituency. That tells you he was a man of courage. And remember, immediately after 97 elections, there was that move, 92 elections. He decided to just resign and move to a new outfit after the fiasco that happened in Thika, where there was contest between him and the late Wamalwa Kijana. That contest allowed him now to seek alternative grounds, and he went for a by-election, many of whom would not have accepted, because a by-election in Kenya can give you different results from the results of the general election. But he thrusted himself in the field, he won, and in the next election, he was vying for the president in 1997. That tells you this is a man of courage, somebody who was willing to charter uncharted waters and create a feeling that anything is possible under the sun.
And as these people continue to mourn, what they're looking for is someone who will continue. Many of them were saying that they don't know who will come and continue the work that Raila had had worked for and the rights that Raila fought for. And yesterday, when former President Uhuru Kenyatta was talking and was eulogizing, he said that they're not going, or we should not allow as a country to make sure that we should not allow the fights and the wins or the gains that Raila fought for to be destroyed by other regimes. Which are these rights that maybe you could mention that specifically Raila fought for?
Well, there are many of them, apart from issues of improvement of governance structures within our republic, separation of powers, where legislature ought to be separate from the judiciary and also from the executive. Raila was able to do that. He was also able to introduce issues of devolution, where resources, as I said earlier, are dispersed from the center, so that each unit, depending on the way they manage their resources, has a chance to make progress on the ground as we make also national progress. But most important is the fact that since independence, the executive has been weighing on the other two arms of government to the extent that the executive seems to be almost rubbishing the effort or that comes from either the legislature or the judiciary. And that is one thing Raila wanted: justice for all. He also wanted fairness to each and every Kenyan, and also to ensure that we also embrace each other as a nation. In fact, if you are to do demographics, those people who have voted for Raila, invariably the entire country has voted for him at one time or the other. And I was telling somebody the other day that if there is a single individual who has garnered the most number of votes without winning the election, is Raila Odinga, given the fact that in 2007, it was neck to neck. In 2013, it was very close contest that was taken to a court of law, and it could have been a repeat election because the difference was less than 500,000. And in 2017, of course, you know, the elections were annulled because there were certain believed irregularities. And in 2022, it was a close contest where the difference was about 200,000 votes. What does it tell you? That Raila has been galvanizing the imagination of half of the population of Kenya for the last 20 years uninterrupted. It is not easy for anybody, even those who have won the presidency. People get tired of you. By the time you do your 2 terms, they are already tired of you, or even your first term, they are already tired of you. Raila has been able to galvanize and also attract the imagination of Kenyans to the extent that they believed in his cause. He lived even to the next election. It was going to be a factor that you will not ignore.
Mr. Kiro, you've worked with Raila before, and what can you say the type of man that he was, considering he ran for election several times but lost each and every time by a close margin, as you say, 49%, 50%, never at the 51% mark. Yet, despite the negative words, despite even the torture chambers through former President Daniel Arap Moi, he came out and said he has forgiven. When you can remember that one thing about him, that the tenacity, the resilience, what was it?
You know, Raila approached everything with ease, and no wonder he was he was a fan of one of the footballs teams, because he knew when you get into a game, you either win or you lose, and he took everything in his own stride and ensured that he was able to forgive whoever has also been whoever has made him feel some kind of pain. That's why, despite the challenges between KANU and him, he was willing to have what we are calling cooperation with President Moi, and subsequently merger between KANU and NDP, which gave him the position of the Secretary General of KANU and also a minister in Moi's government. He realized that this space does not belong to an individual. It is our national space, and anybody occupying that particular office is occupying at almost as rented space on behalf of the people of this country. And that tells you he was a man who was willing to forgive. Remember, even after losing the 2007 elections in a very close contest,
Yes.
he was willing to accept and move into the grand coalition government that allowed the constitution to be amended to provide for the position of prime minister. And he served so well that even our GDP started improving, despite the fact that they had tipped because of the post-election violence. And in 2013, that's the only period that he did not had any rapprochement with the winning team. But after 2017, there was the handshake. While he did not move anybody to government, but he allowed the president to operate with ease once in a while, receiving some of the ministers and some of the individuals, what many people are calling Mwasho Moja at the Capitol Hill. And the other day, you know that as well as I do, he was able to say, okay, President Ruto, I realize this country is tipping over. I'm going to work with you. And he has worked with him up to the time of his demise. This is somebody that is willing to look beyond self, is willing to look at the national character of the people of Kenya and provide a solution where the solutions are running few.
It's good you've mentioned the fact that even up until his last breath, he said, you know what, I want to work with you. Oftentimes people have looked at Raila as towards the last end, the tail end of his life, especially now with this final handshake with President William Ruto. The younger generation, the Gen Z, were calling him Msaliti. You know, why is it that you're now shaking hands? And yet they were not looking at it from his lenses. But not only President William Ruto, President Mwai Kibaki, President Uhuru Kenyatta, has Raila been the savior of the country? Can we call him that? Because when we even take it back to the NAC, the formation of the NAC Kenya coalition, at that point when he thrusted himself and he said, now LDP and KANU, we're now forming NAC coalition to ensure President Mwai Kibaki advances. At that particular moment, he came up with a slogan in 2002, Kibaki Tosha. Raila is known for his slogans, and once he endorses you as a president, then the people will follow. Is he indeed the Mwasho Moja, and now will there be anyone even to fill in those shoes?
Well, it may be very hard because you see, some things are sort of intrinsic to the character of the person. And some of us, most of the time, we think of what is in it for me because we are almost self-centered. Well, we think of the nation as almost a secondary or tertiary. But for Raila, he looked at things differently. To take you back to 2002,
yes,
of which I was part of the summit that was subsequently formed, we went to Serena. And from Serena, we realized that we could not agree because there was a third dimension. Simon Nyachai had come on board, and we were wondering now, because as NAK, LDP, we had agreed that it was going to be Kibaki and the lineup that you were told later. But then Mzee Nyachai comes in, I see him at the Serena, I see the late Kipkalia Kones, I see Mzee Kibor, I see many people from his side, and I was wondering what's happening. So we go to a room and we discuss. We could not reach a final conclusion whether it was going to be Kibaki or Nyachai. So we agreed, yes, one thing that we are clear is one person from the opposition so that we are able to stem the possibility of KANU rigging the elections and allowing Uhuru to win. Because by then, we just needed to have one vote ahead of everybody else. What they call first past the post. So at some stage, I think it was about 4 o'clock, then we said, what are we going to tell people? They're already in Uhuru Park. They expect us to give them the answer. We said, let's cross over and tell them we've agreed on one presidential candidate, but we've not agreed, we cannot tell you who. We'll call you on another day. So we crossed over on foot, but personally, because I did not have a driver, I drove to my place in Southlands. And I was waiting now to see what was said. Now, when I followed the news later on, I realized Raila used his wisdom to know that if we don't say it today, we are likely to be separated into smaller units, as they say in Kiswahili, kusambaratika. So he said anybody among us can be president. Even Kibaki is fit to be president. Then that was the clarion call, Kibaki Tosha. I saw rapturous applause from the stadium, and that was the headline in the Daily Nation the following day.
And we'll come back to talk about that, and of course find out how it was working with Raila in cabinet, because you're with him in cabinet. Yes. But then let's just listen into what's happening at Mamboleo grounds.
Kuna wenzetu wengi wametulia kwa laini nzuri, ni wachache tu hapo mbele, na wanaomba mkiwa watulivu, hii shughuli tutaimaliza kwa haraka. Wale umemaliza, tunakutakia mema, moja kwa moja hadi nje ya uwanja ili tuondoe msongamano huu. Umbali kwa upole Spider. Niombe tu, nyinyi najua ni jeshi ya baba nambari 1. Si namna hiyo? Si nyinyi jeshi ya baba? Sasa tukiwa pamoja, tusiruhusu hata mmoja aweze kuumia. Tuko hapa kwa ajili yenu, tusisukumane. Najua ile mnataka na ataiweka, lakini mpaka mnihakikishie kama DJ ataiweka, hatutasukumana. Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana? Wawinjore otimu gicha tokotimo gino tokikwa dine donge aloso kode niana kama achiel DJ pana DJ mchanganyiko mchanganyiko. Nataka
And as we continue to monitor what's happening at Mamboleo grounds, we'll also focus on what's happening in Bondo, where our very own Ruth Samuel Chesenge is standing by. Ruth, are you able to bring us to speed with what's happening there?
Well, as we speak, the Bondo or the Poda Farm, the rural home of Right Honorable Raila Odinga, is abuzz with activities. We've seen very many leaders flocking into this compound, and today, unlike other days, security has been enhanced in this area, and there are lots of restrictions. The pictures that you can see on the screen, earlier on we had Migori Senator Eddie Okech arriving in or driving in some bulls, which is not only signifies a cultural practice that is done by the Luo community, and it's called Teroburu, which is a ceremony and it's symbolic to the Luo culture. So basically what he was doing, he came in with 7 cows and he was accompanied by a charged crowd. Basically this Teroburu ceremony signifies, it's a ritual that is performed during the death or funerals of important community leaders. And its main aim is to drive away evil spirits which are believed to have caused death. They are also meant to cleanse the homestead and restore spiritual harmony, as well as honor the deceased and show respect. So basically, once the senator came in, he was accompanied by a host of other residents who had accompanied him, and he went on and signed the condolence book, and later on went in to the family. So, and this is not the only time that has happened. Earlier, yesterday or a day before, we saw students from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga doing a similar thing, and they flooded the home, driving in some cows, and they did their morning ceremonies before they left. When we were coming into the compound, we also saw some other cows that were just outside the homestead, and I believe those are also meant to be later driven into the home. And I had also spoken, or some leaders from the Rift Valley region had also said that they were planning to bring in some cows, so we're going to stand by and wait for that to happen. As we speak, a few minutes ago, we saw CS Owalo arriving into the compound, accompanied by other leaders as well. So basically, that is the situation as we speak. So far, there is some bit of calm. Within the homestead, only leaders and specific people are allowed to get into the compound, and outside the gate there's a tent that has been pitched that can accommodate residents who are still flocking into this compound. Later on, when we, as we understand, once the viewing ceremony in Mamboleo Stadium will be done, we know that Raila will be brought by road to this homestead, and the family has set aside a private place where his body will lie for the evening vigil before the burial ceremony is, or his complete, the burial ceremony is done tomorrow. So that's the situation as it stands, but just as I had told you, we've seen a lot of helicopters flying into the compound and many leaders coming, and we expect more leaders to arrive in this area. Back at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Stadium, where the final burial service will be done. Also, the activities are on the final stretch. More tents are being pitched, the seats are being put in place. We've also seen security being beefed up in the area with the arrival of GSC officers in that area. So basically, we expect the security to continue being beefed up in this area. So we'll keep you updated as more visitors and things change in this area. Back to the studio.
In Bondo currently is, and considering the family had asked for a private burial and the way the numbers are swelling up, would there be a possibility that the numbers could overwhelm the security agencies on ground, or everything will be in order?
Come again, Aura?
I'm asking from how the numbers are swelling up on the ground, and the family had asked for a private burial. How is the security presence in Bondo, in the home at this particular moment, to ensure a smooth burial ceremony up until tomorrow?
Well, as we speak at the moment, we have more police officers manning the 2 gates leading onto the homestead. And just as you come up the homestead. There's a junction leading up to Raila Odinga's home and Raila Odinga's home. There's also a police officer there directing traffic. Some vehicles are being forced to divert, or passengers to alight from those vehicles to walk up to the compound. So you can see more officers are being deployed into this area. I've also seen within the Jaramogi Odinga military officers, the GSU officers, are patrolling that area. And we expect that more police officers will be deployed within this, within Bondo generally, because we have the homestead, we have the Jaramogi Odinga, the stadium, which they claim, or they say is supposed to host 100,000 monarchs. But the tents that have been pitched can only host 32,000 residents, and then one for the VVIP, one for the leaders, as well as one for the church. So that's what we are looking at. And then from Jaramogi Odinga, it's only 5.7 kilometers to the burial site, which is the Jaramogi. And what we've observed around that area as well, yes, as of yesterday, there were a little bit of restrictions, and right now we expect that the restrictions have been increased. Now, what we foresee is that there could be challenges in containing the crowd, because the Kangoka Jaramogi has not been fenced by a perimeter wall. It's just open and people can easily access the ground. So far, we've not, just as we've witnessed changes all along this program in this 3-day period. The police officers or the burial committee have not communicated the security plans that they have, but we are waiting to see how they will be trying to manage the thousands of people who will be flocking this area to participate in the burial of Raila. So we'll stay on ground and keep an eye on what and how things will be unfolding, and we'll keep you updated.
Thank you very much, Ruth. But just before we let you go, apart from the security checks that you have told us about, how are the plans taking shape at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University?
So far, we've seen, I think as of now, all the tents have been pitched. They are just concluding the decorations. There are still some mowing of the grass and clearing of some spaces. They are also putting maram on the roads that have been created. What I've also observed is that they're also putting screens, because the 32,000 tent capacity cannot accommodate the hundreds of thousands of mourners who will be flocking at that area. So they have set apart different areas within, just aside the main venue, where it can accommodate the overflow of people, and they put up screens for people to follow the proceedings. So basically that is what's happening in the ground. We have very many officers there. At the moment I'm seeing some KDF officers arriving into this area. So we will find out what is happening, and then we will let you updated. We will keep you updated with the ongoing on the ground.
All right, thank you so much, Ruth 𝙤𝙘𝙧. That is Ruth 𝙤𝙘𝙧 from Bondo, who is keeping us up to speed on what is happening on the ground in Bondo. Back to our conversation in studio.
Yeah, and even before we get to Kirwa, Helen, looking at the big crowd that we've seen at Mamboleo, we actually anticipate that the numbers will go high. I saw people in the morning saying that they had come from as far as Kisii, you know, all regions within the Kakamega,
the counties around.
Yeah, so I think the committee should actually be looking at that to see what they will be doing to just make sure that the big crowds that will be getting their ways or making their ways to Bondo can actually have a good time there, as opposed to, I mean, just not to make sure that they can contain the crowd, for sure.
And you know, what we said earlier, this is a 12,000 capacity, the grounds, and if you can see the numbers right now, they continue to swell. So it also means the security team on the ground, as well as the first aid or the emergency respondents are also having quite a hard time managing these crowds, and there's a possibility of maybe people could faint because of the heat also that is in the climatic conditions in Kisumu, also the shock. And I'm sure Kenya Red Cross is on ground, standing on standby to ensure they can handle any emergency cases, which we will inform you once we also get the official brief and communique from them as well.
Yeah, for sure. Getting back to Kirwa, When you look at such a crowd and the events of what's taking place as we say goodbye to Raila Amolo Odinga, what do you make of this in terms of security preparations? I know you've been in different governments before. What should we or should the committee take into consideration in preps for tomorrow?
Well, I think one of the issues is that they should prepare for slightly more space than the space they have anticipated. I would imagine there should be even different points within Bondo or within the locality of the home of late Prime Minister Raila Odinga for people to view on large screens and give them a chance to feel they were part of the mourners, because I would imagine by this evening there may be in excess of 5,000 vehicles will be around Bondo, the home of Raila Odinga. That tells you that some people will sleep there because they don't want to take the risk of not finding themselves at the mourning grounds.
Yeah.
This therefore means that the numbers are going to be exceeded. Remember, the body was supposed to be taken to National Assembly or Parliament buildings, but later on it was taken to Kasarani. Initially, people was talking of Kisumu Stadium, but they realized the stadium does not have breathing space because it is all, it has the normal fencing with the wall. So they went to Mamboleo. Tomorrow, the university and even the home of Raila Odinga, they are likely to, people will spill over to certain grounds that they need to think about. If they are primary schools or any other institutions, they should have some screens there with proper security arrangement so that some people are diverted there, because this is another mourning that has taken a dimension that we've never seen before in this country.
And in line of when we talk about a state funeral and a state burial, you've seen many before, and with the numbers increasing now, probably we can say lack of poor planning, because either they did not anticipate the numbers to swell the way they have. Is it still in line with the components of a state funeral?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the government for recognizing that particular issue of state funeral to the late Raila Odinga. But I just feel that possibly they did not anticipate some of the things that are happening. Remember, the community from which Raila comes is very passionate about anything, whether it's football, whether it is any other games, whether it is rowing the boats, and they take everything with passion. They are very, they are almost militant. When they support you to the hilt.
Right.
This therefore tells you this kind of funeral should have been given slightly more consideration than is the case. And to say something about state funeral, I expect state funeral collapses all of us into one.
Right.
And yesterday I would have expected some modicum of respect extended to those of us who are in the alternative thinking, despite the fact that Raila was our candidate in the last election. The government took it like it was government funeral. And it is not government funeral. State funeral means you collapse all our barriers into one, and we are mourning as a nation. We are not mourning as individuals coming from certain narrow conclaves. We are mourning as a people of Kenya. The least I would have expected is for the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka and the Honorable Martha Karua. Kalonzo Musyoka has been...
Allow me to cut you short.
Okay.
The images that you can see on your screen, that's Siaya Governor James Orengo making his way to Oponda Farm, I believe. And he's accompanied by different other leaders. And so you can see that plans are still underway, and he's there to mourn and also maybe continue with the process of preparations for tomorrow. We're just going to wait and see if he's going to address the media, and maybe we could listen in. But just to recognize that Siaya Governor James Orengo has made his way to Oponda Farm, that's Raila's village home, just to maybe pay his tribute. I believe he has been there before. If not, he's making his way there. If he's going to address the media, we will bring you up to speed with what information he will be bringing home. But that's James Orengo, Siaya governor, making his way to the homestead of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And you can see he's accompanied by different leaders. There's different leaders who are accompanying James Orengo. Remember, Orengo is a very close, or was a very close friend to Baba. Helen.
Yeah. Some of the leaders who are there, that is PS Oma Oluga, Medical Services, PS for Health Oma Oluga. Former government spokesperson was also ahead of Siaya Senator James Orengo. He had just passed. And these are just more leaders who are coming into the compound to eulogize with the family of retired Honorable Raila Odinga ahead of the preparations of the burial tomorrow that is set to take place from tomorrow morning. The family had requested, through the brother Oburu Odinga, had requested for a private burial ceremony that will take place after the official service in the morning, where they will just step aside and go bury the late Raila Odinga next to his father, the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And part of our conversation also was just in line of what a state funeral entailed, and the fact that at this particular moment, the late Honorable Raila Odinga is now considered to be handled by the state. If we can see on our screens as well the reinforcement of the KDF around that particular casket, it means that they're ready in case of anything. And Mr. Kira, when we talk about, you're seeing how the crowd is being told, move quickly, move quickly. We say that is view once. You just view as you're moving. You don't even have time to bow, to stand there. You're literally being told, move, 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 move. Now, in the event there could be a breach of protocol there, do the defense forces have an order to act?
Well, I do not know the details of it, but what I believe in is that all these mourners, they are not violent. They're actually overwhelmed by the grief that having lost one of their own. And they are mourning their own style. You know, every community, they have their own style of mourning. It's only that at times when we think modern, we forget that these are people who are entrenched in their own cultural ways of mourning. For the Kalenjin, for example, we get subdued at the time of mourning, and we become less active, and we give it solemnity that it deserves. For the Luo nation, you mourn in your own style. But let me say, when it comes to our tradition, we say don't listen to a mourner. That is to say, even if I was to insult you during mourning ceremony, take it that it is my style of mourning. I've exceeded my internal limit, and I'm saying things that I should not have said under normal circumstances. So these people, and many of them, you can see these are people who are Gen Zs. They're in their 20s, their 30s. They have not known, even some of them don't know Jaramogi. They know Raila Odinga. And this therefore means that for them, they exceed their internal limit, and they are likely to say or do the things that ordinarily they are not going to do. And you know, when you get this kind of level, you are actually coming to getting some kind of closure to the issue that Raila is no more. And this is something that those who are preparing for tomorrow should take into consideration. Don't look at it that these people are rowdy. They are not rowdy when you look at them. They are actually willing to comply. It's only that the urge to see Raila's face is so strong that they don't know what to do.
Yeah, and we have seen images of Orengo making his way to Raila's home. And I know you've worked with both of them.
Yes.
Would you paint a picture of their relationship?
Well, Orengo has been very close to Raila for the last couple of elections. But of course, at some stage, they were competitors. And Orengo, in his own stride, when he realized Raila has overtaken him, he gave in, and he was able to work with him, and strongly so for him. And this therefore tells you, Orengo is in a mourning mood, just like any other person coming from the ODM or coming from the rest of the nation. Because ODM without Raila is another political outfit that we are yet to define. And therefore, Orengo is in keeping with the style that he has supported Baba. He has worked with him. He's gone to court several times to petition against the supposed laws. And that tells you that Orengo, just like any other leader, is feeling orphaned by the absence of Raila.
Talking about political orphans, there are many right now who say they've been left orphaned.
Yeah.
And one of the key things that came out strong was the fact that in as much as even come 2027, Raila had hinted at wanting to stand, you know, at one particular point before even the handshake came into play. Could there be a possibility that even right now will ODM stand? Will ODM collapse? In as much as Oburu Odinga has been given acting capacity, there's not any one person who Raila came out and said, I have endorsed this person as the next leader to take over after me when I am no more.
Well, it will be very interesting scene to watch, because ODM has been a very strong political entity, not only in Luo Nyanza, but also in the rest of the country. And I have a feeling it will depend on how they navigate the landscape, given a number of challenges. There is some kind of internal competition, pitting one group against the other, the so-called rebels and the so-called moderates. There is also the dimension of the national or external factor, because I'm sure the current regime would want to hang on the relationship that they had with Raila and overstretch it beyond the current scenario to say that Raila left you people in our hands, and therefore let's navigate together the landscape come 2027. All those will play, but there are some regions where ODM is going to reduce in terms of presence and gravitas, and those are some of the regions that I feel there may be a bit of the need to navigate carefully. Have in mind the Western region, have in mind the Ma community which supported Raila, and of course the people of Northeastern may need to calibrate their politics in a way that ODM may not be so present. The cost will also depend on how the opposition and how the government of the day will approach that particular direction, because cost was largely a constituency dominated by Raila, especially the county of Kwale, Kilifi, Mombasa. Taita Taveta was different, given the fact that there was presence of Azimio through the support of the Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. So how it will pan out after Raila's death is something that will be very interesting scenario to watch. For those students of politics, it is a statement to make, and you can do a paper on that particular issue, because the ODM is still got its own principles, but internal conflict may cause a lot of natural attrition to the extent that it may get some people getting out of ODM and others remaining in ODM that will be slightly shrunk compared to the size Raila has been able to sustain for the last 4 general elections.
And initially we talked about how important is Raila's voice in endorsing anyone. And yesterday when we listened to Winnie Odinga talking, she said that the dad had left a plan. So in this particular case, if the family comes up and endorses anyone, be it Oburu Odinga or any other member of ODM, do you think the members will actually rally behind that particular person? And what does this look like going to 2027?
Yeah, allow me to paraphrase, not to paraphrase, to give a preamble to that statement.
Yeah.
First of all, I just want to appreciate the statements made by Winnie to tell us the last moments with her father. I would wish that this media house or media outfit can invite Winnie one of the days after morning to explain to us, because many of us were left in some state of quandary, given the fact that there were many conflicting stories in social media, in conventional media, and it worried us that how can the life of Raila be taken that it is a product of confusion. And the second issue is that you said, Wangeshi, is that the way I look at it, if Raila touched you, you turned from soil to gold.
Yes.
And I say so with a lot of information that arise from his travel. You remember the Pentagon members that comprised, among others, the current president,
Najib Balala,
Najib Balala, Musalia Mudavadi, and I think there was Nyaga, Joe Nyaga.
Yes.
He was able to elevate those people to national heroes overnight. And some of them, they owe it to him that he was able to travel with them at the very critical time when this country was almost going through some transition. As to whether they work together up to the end, that's another story. Now, the way I see it, people should be very careful so that we do not contrive another story that some of the people around Raila now may be weeping more than the bereaved, in the sense that don't name somebody that was almost not so much in Raila's heart. You remember the Honorable Senator of Nairobi, Edwin Sifuna. In many times, people were almost lambasting him, but he came out that he was consulting very closely with Raila. So where do you place him? Where do you place the MP for Embakasi East, who was seen to be a rebel within the outfit, and yet he seems to have been sticking to the letter and the spirit of ODM and many other young people? I think what we need to do is to allow first the ODM family to mourn their leader, then we wait and we allow that transition to pass. Even if Oburu Odinga is going to be picked as the leader of ODM or the party leader of ODM subsequently, there is a lot he needs to do, because Raila was made of certain DNA that Oburu, though his brother, may not necessarily have. Because Raila was agile. He would be with you at this moment, by the next moment, he has taken another script and is able to define the route so clearly that everybody will accept. What I was telling you earlier is that the formation of National Rainbow Coalition arose out of the magnanimity of Raila. We had been consulting, but at some stage in the late Omino's house here in Muthaiga, we realized that we can only believe the story of Omino if Raila was going to be there. We called Raila, and he arrived at 3 a.m. in Omino's house. We spent another 2 hours. We left Omino's house at 5 o'clock. I drove to Parliament buildings. I slept for 2 hours as we were waiting for President Kibaki, so that we tell him LDP has agreed to work with us on the following terms. The rest, of course, you'll read in your books when people write.
Yeah, and you've talked about Oburu Oginga having to step up and do certain things that Raila would do. Let's talk about Raila as a mentor. You've talked about Sifuna, you've mentioned Babu. These are products of Raila.
Yeah.
What's their survival rate without Raila in the picture?
Well, I think, they may be orphans from Raila's team, but the two young men have a lot of respect for them. And the people of Nairobi and the people of the rest of the country, they equally have a lot of respect for them. They have stood for ODM. Even in the absence of Raila, people will believe they are more ODM than the rest. And to be ODM, you don't have to be a Luo. To be ODM, you don't have to come from Nyanza. To be ODM, you must stick to the ideals of ODM. What are these ideals? They believed in governance, good governance, inclusivity, issues of transparency in whatever we do, fairness, and also lack of excess of power from the executive. Because our main monster since independence has been the executive trying to lord over the other institutions of government.
We'll come back to you, Kira, but right now I'm told the CIA Governor James Orengo is making a speech in Opoda Farm in Bondo. Let's listen.
Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, so far for the day, this third day, the progress is positive in the sense that the mortal remains of the beloved leader landed in Kisumu. and is currently being viewed at Mamboleo. The 2 days, particularly the 2 days of yesterday and today, yesterday ended up well, and today we really entreat members of the public and the community in general to maintain peace during this period. I know that shortly the mortal remains are going to be brought to Bondo, the final resting place. When the body arrives, it will be here in the home, not for viewing, it will be for family and other close relatives. Otherwise, there's a place which has been set aside just across, where members of the public and the community in Bondo and Siaya will be able to view the body of our departed leader, Raila Odinga. I continue to say that this has hit us hard, and God has many ways of giving us blessings, even in times of tragedy. And we hope that all will be held well today as we wait for the final journey tomorrow here in Bondo. Asante sana. Asante sana.
Maybe chair. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Let the questions come a bit later.
That was Siaya Governor James Orengo speaking there, and he has asked people to remain peaceful. He's also said that the community in Bondo will also be allowed to view the mortal remains of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Helen.
Right, Wangeshi, one thing that we were actually concerned about is how the body is being transported from Kisumu to Bondo. If they are using road, if they're indeed using road, seeing what we witnessed in Nairobi, how the convoy was being escorted, there could be a possibility that the numbers could also increase by the roadside up until they get to Bondo. So it also goes to show and tell that by the time those in Bondo are going to view the body, this exercise could end up very late today.
Actually, I was just looking at the distance from Kisumu to Bondo. It's like about an hour also drive. So meaning that convoy from Kisumu to Bondo, there has to be a lot of security checks to make sure that everything is in line with what the family wished.
Yes,
and also to make sure that everything is safe and the convoy is safe. But also we saw the convoy move from JKIA to Kasarani. It was a bit chaotic, but I'm just hoping that the security personnel can do something about it, or just maybe have planned in advance to make sure that we don't get commotion.
I see. Just as you can see on this other end, more leaders are trickling into the Opodo farm just to finalize preparations for the burial tomorrow. And on this other end, the crowds are still increasing at Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu. The crowds are still swelling up, as you can see. Everyone is eager to just say goodbye to their leader. This is someone they called Baba, Jacom, Chairman, Joey, all these names they had given Baba. So this is a way that they're just paying their final respect to him ahead of tomorrow's burial. And as you can see, as the numbers are still increasing, the police, the security apparatus on ground are really trying to contain the crowd as much, the best way that they know how to, so that also not to aggravate the crowd, because all that the crowd wants is just to view the body and go. View the body and go.
Yeah, maybe one thing that we need to get to talk to Ruth Samoei Chesenge and find out is where the Bondo community will be allowed to view the body. So is it at Opondo Farm or is it at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University? So I think we'll be looking for Ruth Samoei to just find out exactly where that will be, because tomorrow we have an event. And so we have to make sure that everything all plans that have been made so far do not take a different direction now that people might be going to view the body at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, which we are yet to find out. As soon as we get that, we'll also inform the viewer. But security has to be top-notch, for sure.
You know, one of the funny things that Winnie Odinga said yesterday, I found very interesting. She said, Dad, even in death, you still plan for us. When he said, he wrote in his will, he'd like to be buried within 72 hours. Kira, is it that Raila knew if he was not buried within 72 hours, this whole protocol would have been far much more than we are seeing right now?
Well, I think the late Raila Odinga almost understood his community, and he knew that it's going to cause a lot of stampede, and therefore possibly wanted the shortest time possible so that there is minimum damage of property, minimum casualties in terms of those who faint out of feeling that they have lost their loved one. And the 72 hours, I thought, was something very reasonable. He passed on here in Kenya. I'm sure the 72 hours would have been complied with. But Wangeshi, remember, when you say it's 1 hour drive, it is a normal drive where you are doing 80 kilometers per hour. But when it comes to this one, they'll be sneaking through Pole Pole. I would have wished that the body is airlifted from Mamboleo grounds to Bondo, for those people in Bondo to have a look at it. But if they are going to take by road, it may take about 3 hours.
And we might also be moving the crowd that is in Mamboleo
to Bondo, because I'm sure there are people who will run the 60 kilometers. They are not marathoners because it's about 60 kilometers, but they will run the 60 kilometers. Imagine the way they left JKIA to, what do you call this place? Kasarani. And later on, some of them at night, they were walking back to Kibra and other parts of the city. It was something. These are not known athletes, but you know, they were so athletic in whatever they were doing. So I feel this is something that we must be around the clock checking, because the people in Mamboleo, by even 5 o'clock, I'm sure they will not have cleared the viewing of the body, even if at that particular rate. Because I strongly believe, you say the Mamboleo grounds is 12,000 capacity. I'm sure that 36,000 people are around Mamboleo grounds, those inside and those outside the Mamboleo grounds.
And when you just when you say by the time they leave, if they will leave by road, the crowds would have increased by number. Yesterday, after the viewing at Nyayo Stadium, the memorial and the viewing at Nyayo Stadium, outside the late Honorable Raila Odinga's home in Kerarapon, the crowd had started swelling. The supporters had already come, believing that the body is going to sleep in the house in Karen as per protocol, or rather as per their culture. It took a lot of security apparatus to tell the crowd, hey, this is not going to happen. Now, let's just back to culture, because you did mention culture at one point. The Luo Nyanza Luyas are known for disco matanga, you know, and it's a rite of passage that before maybe you lay an elder to rest, they have to spend the night in their home, you know. So considering this crowd, do you believe we are ready, even in terms of the security apparatus on the ground, to tell the crowd, hey, you need to step aside? Because there are those, as you said, may want to sleep even outside the gate of the compound. Yes,
I agree with you. In fact, even the first day when Raila was announced dead, by the evening, the whole place around Mwitu estate was full of humanity. And in fact, the president had a difficult time in getting out of the home because the whole place was a sea of humanity, and all the vehicles that you can care to imagine was around Mwitu estate. And it was impossible for anybody to get out of that particular place. It is something that I do expect, and as I told you, there could easily be between 5 and 10,000 vehicles around Bondo by midnight tonight. People saying we cannot allow Mzee to be laid without me having a glimpse of his body. And those are people who will not, they will find it fun to sleep in the vehicles, and there will be a lot of disco matanga around that particular area. That's my imagination. And a lot of nice music more so the music that Raila enjoyed, including the benga. Is it called the benga? And many other tunes that he cared to listen. Remember Raila's life and even his rallies, it was song and dance.
Right. Yep.
There was a very little time for the speeches. The rest of it was song and dance. And that's how he was able to endear himself closer to the people.
I see a cultural play here, and I'm just trying to think what the role of culture in even politics. And as we look at this, these people could actually be so tied to Raila because also he embraced them and their culture as well. Do you think the next person who comes in will have to listen to the people and run with it for him to succeed as Raila did?
It's very critical. You see, what we delude ourselves. Where Raila died, India, that country was under British rule for over 200 years. Here in Kenya, the British were here for only 70 years. But we seem to have overborrowed a lot from them. You see, Kenya was a nation of nations and nationalities. Every community believed they were complete without the culture of the British. But today we're increasingly behaving as if the British is a standard measure of our culture. For me, if I was in charge of this, I would advise anybody who takes over from Raila first to listen to the people. Having listened to the people, go with what they want, because at the end of the day, leadership is not loading over them. Leadership is about serving them the way they want to be served. At times, the government can do so many things which are good, or even a member of parliament, which are good, but he refuses to listen to the wishes, the frustrations of the people, and within 5 years, you are evicted out of parliament.
What do you think Raila did different to be able to consolidate his backyard, but also be able to attract other leaders from different counties in this, or regions in this country?
One of the issues is that Raila was able to go down to the level of the ordinary people. I made to understand anytime he was at home, he knew some of the elders who were his age mates, who do not necessarily constitute any leadership class beyond just the village. He would have time with them, consult with them, and have tete-a-tete with them and make them feel they are part of this leadership. In the process, you get a lot about what is not said by the people when you are there. As they say, politics happens when the candidate is not there. So he was able to be there 24 hours. Now, Raila, when he came to national level, he was also able to mesh with the rest of the leaders in the country. And one thing that many people don't know about Raila, he knew the history of almost every community in this nation. And therefore, he was able to understand their frustrations, their aspirations, and their wishes about how these issues should be handled. And that's why he was able to do that. Third issue, he was also able to mix with intellectuals and get some of the intellectual advice that is able to inform his decisions at the national level. But finally, he was a man who believed in team spirit. Remember, during the 2002 elections, we had what we were calling the summit of 8 people, 4 from LDP, 4 from NAK. And in the next elections, 2007, he had what we were calling the Pentagon. That is another team, where he was the captain, and the rest were also members of the team playing their unique roles in terms of that kind of national configuration. Come to 2013, he had also another team. 2017, during the days of NASA, he had leaders coming from different called principles, coming from different parties. He had people like the Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, Moses Wetangula, Isaac Ruto, and all of them were taken to be at the level of principle. And that's how they were able to navigate that landscape. In the last election, Azimio comprised a number of people across the land. So one thing that you can see was running through Raila's leadership is the ability to mesh, the ability to weld, and the ability to bring people of diverse backgrounds to make sure that they use each and every talent available at the table.
When you say his capability of meshing different people from different backgrounds, right now, there's a lot of push around tribal politics. And oftentimes when Raila was given the microphone to speak, you'd hear most of his deep conversation or advice would be a better Kenya. Even 𝙐𝙠 Odinga mentioned that yesterday. Raila was really pushing for the peace of the country and for the betterment of its citizens as well. And was there any point, even in your time of serving with him, tribal politics was well pronounced through Raila?
Well, Raila did not entertain that kind of issue, and that's why he disagreed with a number of us. When it came to moments that he felt that there was politics was gravitating towards that kind of tribal conclave, he was able to resist. That's how he parted ways in the year 2005. He went orange, the rest of us remained banana. And that was a defining moment for this country. Because in the subsequent election, there was only one challenge, the challenge of 41 against 1, where the Kikuyu community was isolated, and the rest of the country was like they were coalescing to punish the Kikuyu. That is somewhere that I felt that should not have been done in that manner. But remember, Raila had a Pentagon, and each of the Pentagon members, they had their own ingenious ways of trying to galvanize support from their own backyard, to the extent that they needed that kind of exclusion of one community. But later on, he was able to come, work with Kibaki, and bring back the sanity that this country does require.
Yesterday when I was listening to Oburu Oginga, he talked about his brother being very sharp. Yeah, so, I mean, what did you experience when you worked with Raila? Was he a person who would differ in opinion, even when it mattered to him as a person, at the stake, or looking at issues based on what is more important, the country, beyond his tribe, beyond his party, beyond his friends or people who were close to him?
And can I also add to Wangeshi's question, even when it came to delivery of messages or information to the team, was he temperamental? Would he speak in a calm manner when especially passing serious message, or even when messages, or when he was aggravated, how would he handle internal wrangles as well?
Well, it was very useful. I will look at him in two dimensions. One is the ability to prosecute his papers in the cabinet, of which I was part of. He did a lot of work when it comes to issues of the road infrastructure around Nairobi.
Yes.
Including the Thika Highway, and the foreseeing of the need for us to have the kind of infrastructure we have now, including the expressway. You know, at times people confuse many things, but I remember that became part of the Vision 2030, the infrastructure that you see around here, during the team that you are calling the National Economic and Social Council, of which Raila was part of as Minister for Roads. I was part of as Minister for Agriculture. And that he was able to give us certain options, including the Raila Odinga Road, which was done without the resources of government by somebody who was trying to test that kind of technology. I remember him prosecuting that in the cabinet and allowing us to realize that the kind of paving of the roads that we are using is more short-term than is the case that is supposed to be that you see on that road. Because it was emphasized that if it is well done, it can take 50 years before you redo the same road. Instead of this one that we know, it takes you maximum about 15 years. And then you start filling certain potholes, depending on the quality of workmanship by the contractor. The second way is to look at how he was able to create some kind of team spirit. Because when you bring more than 2, 3 people, 4 people who are leaders on their own right together to a table, many people, they stick their thinking around the corner from which they come from. So Raila was able to cut across. And part of the way he used to do it is to make sure that he consults with Wangeshi, with Helen, with myself, and with many other people, so that by the end of the day, he has processed the information from each of the parties and is able to make a summary that will make everybody comfortable around the table. As I told you earlier, when we were in Omino's house, he told us, you people can win, that is NAK. We can also win as LDP. But if we do not have critical mass of voters, the project will go through. Because by then the Constitution provided for any majority, one past the post, and you win. But he said we have to galvanize all these frustrations so that we get over 60, and the project will not be allowed to win. Remember, President Moi had won 2 elections, 92 and 97, with 36%, then 34% of all the votes cast. It was not the Constitution like the one we have today. So those are the ways I look at Raila. He was willing, if you have a strong point, he's willing to listen to you and improve on it.
Okay. Just before maybe I lose that trail of thought, Raila is one person who never became the president, but he's had handshakes with Kibaki, Uhuru, and now Ruto. And because you've been in government, are there times where they felt like we have to have this person on our side? Or are there times Raila is the one that reached out because maybe he was a better mediator or he wanted the country to go forward?
Well, the first one with Kibaki was more of international pressure because they realized the country was totally polarized and there was a lot of hostility among nations, among communities of Kenya. And that almost became almost automatic that the two of them had to occupy that space. Because the ODM group believed they had won the elections, the PNU group, we believed Kibaki had won the elections, although with a small majority. So that stalemate would have destroyed this country. That is why there was that grand coalition government. In the second situation is that while President Uhuru Kenyatta won the election, or was pronounced to have won the election, the country was almost polarized through the middle. And as you know, and I've gone through a number of elections, you can win with 50%.
All right, let me cut you short there. On our screen, we have Busia Governor Apollo Tuoma, who's addressing the press. Isaac, now let's cross over now to Bondo and listen in.
Ili tukufungie njia yoyote. Tunawachilia spirit yako, uweze kuenda kupatana kule na wakina Jaramogi Odinga, wakina Kenyatta, wakina Nkuruma, bila uliweza kusikia. So hiyo ndio maana ya sisi kuja hapa leo.
Najua mmezungumza mengi kuhusiana na Raila Odinga, lakini wewe binafsi unamkumbukaje kwa leo?
Mimi Raila namkumbuka sana, ndio baba yetu wa kisiasa. Sisi wengine kutoka tukuzwe hatujajua baba mwingine wa siasa. Kutoka tukiwa katika vyuo vikuu, ule mwenye siasa ambaye mzee wetu ambaye sisi tumejua tu ni mzee Raila Amolo Odinga, baba yetu, ambaye ndiye ameweza kutufunza kisiasa, na maadili yake kubwa ilikuwa kwamba ni maisha bora kwa Kenya. Maisha bora kwa kila Mkenya, haki ya binadamu, demokrasia. So hizo ndio kumbukumbu sisi tunasema baba ametuachia katika damu yetu iweze kutembea, na tutaitembeza hivyo. So sisi tunasema tu wafuasi wote ambao walikuwa na muamini baba alitaka Kenya iwe Kenya moja. So hapa kwa matanga ya baba tukaribishe kila mtu na tukue na amani, tukaribishe kila mtu. Baada ya hii sisi vile baba ametuacha tutaketi chini tuone kwamba tunaelekea vipi pale baba ametuacha hapa.
Tueleze umuhimu wa mifugo ambao umeweza kuleta upande huu, wangapi, ni kwa nini?
Mifugo sana sana huwa tunaleta kwa sababu ng'ombe ni symbol kwamba huyu alikuwa mzee wa jamii. So ile symbol kwanza is symbolic. Ya pili, hii mifugo tumeleta pia ni chakula. Kwa wale watu watakuja hapa, kukaa hapa, hii ni mambo ambayo itasaidia hii boma chakula. Hiyo ndio haswa utamaduni wake mkubwa. Hiyo ndio vile ilikuwa kulingana na mila za desturi za Kiafrika. Na hii yote hii regali ulikuwa unaona vile nimewaeleza hawa, hii ni ile tu kusema tunataka kuachilia roho ya baba iweze kwenda kwa amani na pumzike kwa amani. But his spirit must live with us.
Labda tumeona viongozi mbalimbali kutoka upande wa magharibi, akiwemo waziri ama mkuu wa mawaziri Musalia Mudavadi, wewe mwenyewe, tunafahamishwa kwamba gavana wa Trans Nzoia George Natembeya atakuwa akifika na kikosi chake na mifugo. Labda tueleze umuhimu wa kila kaunti kujipanga na hivyo.
Sisi tunajipanga hivyo katika kila kaunti kwa sababu unajua kaunti ni serikali na baba ndiye alileta ugatuzi. So gatuzi la serikali ya Busia, tumekuja na wananchi wa Busia na kesho watakuwa hapa kwa wingi sana. Leo tu ni wazee, hii ni sample tu ya wazee ambao ndio wamekuja kufungua njia na kusema tunawachilia spirit ya baba. So hiyo ndio muhimu. So katika zile gatuzi zote ambazo baba ndiye amekuwa kiongozi wetu, atakuwa hapa. Na kumbuka pia baba ndiye alikuwa kiongozi wa gatuzi zote 47. Kwa sababu kama sio baba, hizi gatuzi hazingekuwa. So ingekuwa muhimu kama hata gatuzi zote zingekuja. Lakini sisi wa kutoka mkoa wa Magharibi, hiyo ndio desturi zetu. Asante.
I've stayed with Raila in London, in my house. As I speak, I've just arrived from the US. I left the US, and when I reached there, I learned that he had died and I had to take another flight back home. And as you see, I was going to speak to the Kenyans in the diaspora. Last Thursday, I spoke to Raila when I was in Kilifi, and we deliberated on so many things which I cannot mention at the moment. Had I known that it was going to pass, I couldn't have left. But I'm back, and Raila is an enigma. I cannot describe him. He's been a source of inspiration to me, and I've followed Raila everywhere. Remember, during the last elections, people are saying that, oh, Raila had bought me. I said, no.
Cannot be bought.
I've known Raila for years. many years. I've known his father, whom I used to be a food tester in England, eating before. If I had eaten and died, then he would have been. So if I can go to that level of eating poison on behalf of somebody, just to ascertain whether that food is commingled with bad objects. So that shows you how close I am to this family. And I know we are all going to die. So what I'm telling the world is we should know that our final destination is that. So he's left me as an orphan. I was holding on him. I was learning from him. Everything that you see about me is from Raila and Raila's father. I don't know how we are going to fill in that gap. Raila's shoes are too big to fill. And I cannot even move near there because they are big shoes. We pray that whatever he stood for, we shall continue with this legacy. Questions?
In your list of memories, what stands out for you?
He's a man of honesty, he has integrity, and he loves his enemies. There are those who abused him, call him names, and at the end of the day, you see him laughing with them and embracing them and even appointing them to be part of him. So that's one thing that I've learned from him. That's why I've said that my party, and as I prepare to run for the elections in 2027, I've instructed those who believe in me, those who believe in what we do, not to abuse Ruto, not to abuse Raila, not to abuse Gachagua, but to impress each other. We need some kind of talk to Kenyans. We don't need to abuse each other. We need to tell Kenyans what we can do for them. And collectively, not just somebody. I can see a lot of my friends and my colleagues are now coming up to form groups to take over power. Yes, it's a good thing. But none of them has ever come to me to ask me what Roots Party stands for. That's why I'm not joining any of those fellows. Thank you. The next question? Say? Raila is an enigma, and Raila is a spirit. And Raila is one person who can climb a mountain without looking at it. It's not somebody that you cannot describe Raila. That's what I'm trying to say. It's the spirit. He's not dead, he's just sleeping because his spirit is well alive. Thank you.
You said that do you think the death of Raila is going to change in any way the 2027 general elections outlook?
We don't need to speak about general elections now. Let's speak about burying the enigma, then we shall talk about any other thing. He's my friend. Yeah, I lived with him in London. He's a man who loved laughter. And he's a man who never got annoyed. But when he looked at you, then you could just get a message and retreat in your system. He's a good man. The other side. Thank you.
kilindini, kashushe nyavu zenu. Yesu alipokwisha kunena, alimwambia Simoni,
DJ
kilindini, kashushe nyavu zenu. Bwana mkubwa,
DJ Spider-Man.
usiku kucha. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi ya kuchosha usiku kucha. Bwana mkubwa, tumefanya kazi hata tusipate kitu. Lakini kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu. Bwana, kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, neno lako nashusha nyavu. Yesu, kwa neno lako nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu, nashusha nyavu. Neno lako Bwana, kwa neno lako Yesu, tuma neno. Najua nikiwa nawe Bwana nitasimama tena, hata nikilemewa wewe utanishika tena, hata vita inijie Bwana utanipigania. Watesi wajipange, Bwana utapigana nao. Hey, nimetoa mwenzenu, nimetoa na mafuta nikapewa, nikapanda na mbegu nikapanda ila mvua.
As you can see, we're still keeping tabs on all activities going round. Earlier on, Roots Party leader George Wajackoya had mentioned how Raila Odinga did not hate any of his enemies and they're just there to show their support. They're not inclined towards any political affiliations of 2027. And let me throw it back to Bondo as we have a bishop who's going to address the media, just showing the preparations and highlighting what is set to happen and what is expected to happen.
When the school began, and Mama Ida Odinga, besides being an Anglican, she's been able to put up a multi-million project, a library and a media hub. Through that work, we've been able to make a canon, a rule, an example of the Anglican Church, which makes the entire of this alumni to come with us. We have the principal here with us. We have the priest in charge of mission in the diocese. We have the member and leader of the Mothers Union and the entire of us team here. Besides coming to condole with Mama Ida, we also want to tell the nation that let us have hope. From the Bible we read of the nation of the Israelites people, the kind of feeling that the community here could be entertaining, a feeling that we've lost a leader. There's a brooding pessimism of people who think that there's no tomorrow. But as a church, we want to assure people that there is hope. When the Israelites thought there was going to be no leader, he raised up a leader like Samuel, like David, like Gideon, like Deborah. So Raila is gone because he's mortal. But keep to this pace, a leader will emerge who can even be as powerful than Raila. Because there was Jaramogi, and when Jaramogi left, that is where he pointed. But Raila emerged, and it's become so international. So a leader will emerge. God does not leave his people in suspense all the time. Let us maintain this hope. We are going to participate in the services today and in the services tomorrow, and God is going to bless us. Let us just have hope.
As clerics from the South Nyanza region, what impact did Raila have on the church generally?
The building of the multi-million project at Ogande Girls, and then the work at Toruba Girls High School, which is named after me, and then other schools, because our interest has been schools. Besides the church, we have the schools that we sponsor. Not just the Anglican school also, but Catholic schools and others that I may not know. So that impact is heavy enough. If we don't talk about politics, there's what we're able to touch and say, his hand is here and here and here. And that nudges us to come here without even invitation.
Maybe on a personal level, what memories do you have with Raila Odinga that you can share with us and, remember him as well?
Yes. Personally, one time when we were having lunch at the home of his mother-in-law in Stella in Uriri, he told me to keep to the work of the church and not meddle into politics. And we were making jokes by saying what is the difference between politics and church? So we were laughing over it. And we were saying that when we talk about people's liberation, the church also will talk about that. Only that then we're making a joke that in the church we can have decorum, but during the politics you may not have the decorum. And we're laughing over that. So those are some of the memories that we can have about close contact with Raila Odinga.
And then just in line with that, how can you comment about Raila's relationship? How did he balance politics and church?
I think that was the grace of God. Every generation, God raises a person who is so unique. In our generation, we thank God that we're able to see him. He had a way of balancing humility and courage. That's strange. Politics and religion. He wasn't just in the Anglican Church. One time His Excellency was making a joke that is Raila an Anglican or a Legio Maria? So that was the unique thing about him, that he was able to be here and also visit others because his people were across all the religions. That art of balancing made him to be the enigma that he was. Yes. Thank you. God bless.
Haya, kuna kabiti hivi. Ni nani? Chukua. Oh.
Members of the press, we are here to condole with the family of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga. It is important to be here as we await the burial tomorrow. We were in Kisumu and we have viewed the body, and we saw the large crowds that have turned out to give Baba a befitting send-off. So today we are here, and just to ensure that all the program is on course, as we hope to receive His Excellency President William Ruto tomorrow for the burial, and of course the Deputy President Kithure Kindiki and the entire team. So I'm also here to see my colleague Senator Oburu, who is the party leader of ODM, and other colleagues as we mourn. This is a painful loss for all of us, a painful loss as we saw, and the people in this region, and indeed the entire country, are mourning. It's a first.
How will you remember Raila Odinga?
Raila's contribution to politics, his resilience, the way he has stood for the defense of humanity and fellow countrymen, Africans, and protected democracy, not just here in Kenya but elsewhere in the region, is something that I will always remember. Of course, as a political figure, he is a leader to emulate, a selfless leader who stands for principles and change. I mean, all the space that we enjoy in this country, including the 2010 Constitution, is a result of what Raila Odinga stood for. He's the reason I'm in politics, I must say.
Now, speaking about him being the reason you are in politics, do you mind sharing some of the personal memories that you have with Raila?
Yes, I said that I had previously led the law societies in Kenya and East Africa and Africa, and did not intend to move beyond and to get into politics. It was because of the constant engagements I had with Baba that at some point he told me that I should move to elective politics and represent the people of my region. And that is why I found myself here. And I think the constant advice, constant molding, and the constant concerns about the people and the need to work for our people is why I said it was important for me to join politics. Thanks to Baba.
Thank you very much.
That was Tom Ojienda, Kisumu Senator, just hailing the late retired Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Hailing him as a leader, a true leader, a democratic leader who wanted the better of the nation. Earlier on speaking was Reverend Dr. Simon Edward Onyango from South Nyanza. He was just hailing Baba as one of the leaders who wanted to see development of the Luo Nyanza region, and through the projects, the sponsorship of the girls' schools, the education program in the region as well. And as we can see, the leaders, they're all remembering him for all the great work that he has done, not only for the region, but also for the nation and Africa at large. But as earlier on, we were also seeing some images at Opoda Farm, where residents, as you can see on the screen right now, security apparatus are really having a difficult time managing the crowd outside. As the crowd is building up, they want to be able to be allowed to entry into the Opoda Farm residence, and they're saying they're demanding to be allowed in. And earlier on, Kira, we had spoken about this, that they need to be wary about the swelling crowds wanting to just have access to the farm. Even as this is a state funeral, the military ought to ensure security parameters are well in order. And what can you say about this?
You know, you cannot instill security measures to the culture of a people. What we need to do is to understand them first, and we allow them to mourn their style for purposes of ensuring that people feel they have been given a chance to mourn one of their own. Because Raila, yes, he was a national leader, but there is a background to which he comes from. We must appreciate. This is how they mourn. And we must give a lot of latitude to them to feel that they were given a chance to mourn Raila. Otherwise, it can create a lot of vent pressure on the state apparatus and also on the individuals dealing with the issues of mourning. It is important that a people must feel they are bringing to a closure a loss of one of their sons. And Raila was not just an ordinary son. He was greater than life, and therefore Raila ought to be given that dignified send-off, but also full of community acceptance that we had a chance to mourn Raila. Even those who will sleep there, they may not even see the body again. Those who will sleep around the place, they will be playing a lot of loud music, whether within the farm or even within the vicinity of Jaramogi Oginga University, and also the primary schools around there. And even those who just find themselves they cannot get closer to the place, they park on the roadside and they will enjoy feeling that they are part and parcel of Raila's mourning process.
And Senator, for Kisumu, Tom Ojienda has talked about Raila's resilience. He's talked about Raila being a protector of democracy and more so selfless.
Yes.
Do you share the same sentiment, and in what instances?
I do share, because Raila navigated very difficult landscape. You remember him being arrested many times, being incarcerated, being taken to detention without trial, and many other things, either out of imagined or suspected crimes that is said to have committed. I remember, the one that I remember most is the way he was gotten out of the house of the late Honorable Dr. Hoki Hokombaka, and taken to various places, committee, tortured, put in isolation, and all that was a contribution to the fact that this country needed to look at new constitutional dispensation and bring back multipartyism that had been taken away through an act of parliament.
Roots Party leader George Wajackoya also hailed Raila as a leader who forgave his enemies. What are some of the things that even the leaders, today's leaders, can be able to learn from him? Because is it that he truly forgave, moved on and said, now let me make several handshakes and forget the atrocity that I went through, considering even in his memoir saying the torture that he endured during the Moi administration? What are some of the things that even our current leaders can be able to learn from Raila?
To learn that this space called Kenya is a space that is shared by many people, those who have achieved, those who have not achieved, but they are part and parcel of the national discourse. In that case, we must accept that you cannot have it the way you want. Many of us who have been in politics, we find that at times when you're getting into a position of leadership, you do not understand the full details. Yes, I was a member of parliament for 15 years before I became a minister. And those 15 years, I had a different perspective on how government operates. While I knew, I used to read from the books and with the training that I got. But when I got into the ministry, I was now looking at the ministry from within, and it had its own dynamics that are different from what you imagine. I would want to encourage those who are on this political space to ensure that whatever you do, take into consideration the views that are at variance with yours. I remember the Honorable Mother Karua telling people that if you are in government, amend the constitution in such a way that it will allow you some latitude of freedom when you are out of government. This is the same way we would want to urge those in the opposition, those in government, to ensure that look at yourself on the mirror to ask yourself whether what you are doing is in consonant with the requirements of the rest of the republic, or you are doing something that will be seen to be one-man show or micromanagement of the affairs of the nation. It is important because we are here today. Somebody else will be here tomorrow. Ask yourself, whatever I'm doing today, will I be so scared that I don't want that cupboard to be opened because there are many skeletons? And if the answer is yes, then stop doing that, because one day you will not be there. And Baba today is not with us, but his cupboards, when you open them, he had arranged them very well. That's why Winnie told us that Mzee prepared us, even for the funeral beyond his lifetime.
For sure. And when Wajakoya says that Raila loved his enemies, I would actually want to understand, and I'm very curious to know, you worked with Raila even in cabinet. At a personal level, what are his attributes? I mean, when he was happy, how would you know Raila is not happy today?
Would he bang tables when he gets angry?
Perhaps I did not have the opportunity to see him bang the tables, but I know he was most annoyed after the announcement of the 2007 general elections. But he was the least to see him bang. He was the least to bang tables. I remember there were other people who were saying, well, we shall take you to Hague. And they themselves were taken to Hague. Raila was not. So the issue is that Raila was able to realize this is a crisis. And beyond a crisis, there must be a resolution mechanism. For every crisis that does arise, society will be left better if that crisis is handled in a more mature way, in a way that everybody will feel they have been listened to. As you know, whenever there is somebody is offended and is allowed to verbalize whatever is offending him or her, at the end of the day, that person comes and he can be talked to and will resolve the issue. So Raila understood that this country is bigger than all of us put together, because Kenya is not Kenya without every person. Those who vote for us and those who vote against us, those who like us and those who hate us. And that's why he was able to galvanize this country. For 20 years, 50% of Kenyans believed Raila was the right president, and 50% believed otherwise. But still, even those who did not vote for Raila, all the time when there was a crisis, they would ask, where is Raila? And at times, I would ask the people from my backyard, why do you want Raila when there is a crisis? Why don't you resolve this crisis yourself? But they felt Baba had the last voice to resolve a crisis, at least for the last 20 years.
All right. As you heard, Reverend Simon Edward Onyango from South Nyanza was hailing Baba of some of the projects that he had contributed to the community. And just to take you back, because we had cut you short before we took the link back to Kisumu, when Raila was the Minister of Roads under NAC, Kibaki's administration, and we were talking about the infrastructure that was being brought about, the expressway, the superhighway at the time. And this meant houses had to be demolished to pave way for this infrastructure. And this saw a lot of battles, that Kibaki's administration saw a lot of battles, because people went to court to fight the demolition of their houses, the demolition of some buildings, because infrastructure needs to be paved way for. How did Kibaki's administration, how did Raila manage to, even under Kibaki's administration, to overcome all the battles that were there and say, you know what, this is for the advancement of the nation? And beyond that, Tell us a bit more about Raila's development projects for Kenya.
Yeah, it's very interesting, Helen, because as I said at the beginning, before I was cut short, is that there was a lot of goodwill for the government of the day. Remember, we were able to improve our tax collections without instituting new measures. We actually reduced the VAT from 18% to 16%, and yet we collected double the amount the previous arrangements were collecting. Then there was the issue of the policeman being arrested by Raila because he wanted to take a bribe, or he was soliciting a bribe. Then there was the issue from Ngong Road all the way to Ngong Road, Yaya Center, all the way to Lavington. That road from Yaya Center to Lavington was full of kiosks.
I remember.
And those kiosks were removed. Sincerely, personally, I did not know that there was a road from Yaya Center to Lavington. It was opened up because anybody was living around it's in Mugoiri Road in Lavington. You would go all the way to Lavington first, then you drive backwards through some routes like Odhaya Road, then you get to Mugoiri. That opened a lot of bottleneck. Then there is the road from Abaratam that goes through Kileleshwa, behind Kileleshwa, all the way to Methodist Church, around where we used to have what we are calling Mwenge House. That is another road. Then now the road that elicited a lot of challenges is the one from near Nairobi School that goes all the way to Nyari. That is where many houses were demolished. But remember, these houses were actually built on road reserve. Because, you know, at the beginning of time, I think in the early 20th century, those roads had been designed. But people, out of convenience, because this place has been like this for 20 years, they assumed that was some kind of plot. And people were sold those plots, they built without taking due diligence to know whether this is part of the road reserve or not. So what Raila was doing was implementing the vision of the government of the day, the vision of the previous arrangements, including the colonial period. Because most of these roads, some of them were designed in 1901, 1907, 1940, depending on which period that was designed. So he was able to stem because also President Kibaki, when he knew you are on the right track, he supported you. If he knew you are on the wrong track, he would allow you to make amends and apologize to the public wherever it was. But some of the people who took Raila to court, they lost because they had taken that piece of land out of impunity that existed in the previous regime. That is how Raila succeeded. And he understood these roads in a way that some of us, of course, I'm not a down-dweller. I came to Nairobi when I was elected a member of parliament in 1989. But he knew Nairobi because I think he had been here before. He had lived in Nairobi even before he became an MP. So he knew these roads. And therefore, he was implementing what he felt was right. He was not going into somebody's land, taking it away without compensation and building a road. That was not him.
Yeah, you've talked about his involvement in development. What would you say was or will be Raila's greatest legacy? If a Gen Z was to be asked, or if we take his history to books, what would be that specific thing or legacy that Baba or Raila is leaving for Kenya?
He stood for allowing independence of institutions and allowing institutions to operate according to their own internal dynamics. That is to say, even if you are the head of the executive, you must allow constitutional offices to operate, such as Lands Commission, Public Service Commission, without undue influence from the chief executive of the country. That is what Raila stood for. In one sentence, he actually wanted everybody to feel they have a right to what belongs to them.
Okay. There were so many actors when it came to the Constitution, but why exactly does Raila stand out? Yet there were so many players.
There were many players. I remember a draft was brought to us in the cabinet, and we read it, and we were able to make our contributions. Then the same constitution was taken to Kilifi. it came back with most of the positions altered. And therefore the referendum of 2005 was banana orange, where orange stood for what we had already agreed in the cabinet, and banana stood for supporting the status quo at the expense of the reality.
Yes.
So Raila was able to galvanize the public because the Kilifi draft was not reflecting the wishes of the people in Bomas of Kenya.
Okay.
Of course, you remember even when it went to Naivasha, it's one of the compromises that he made. When they went to Naivasha, with now the draft that heralded 2020 constitution, there were certain sections that were changed. We were going to be a parliamentary democracy. But in Naivasha, because they wanted to fix him, they went the opposite. And the mongrel that we have today is a product of the Naivasha trying to fix Raila. But Raila realized if I was to contest this, it will not be useful. He agreed with them. And they did not know, because they wanted Raila to be seen is a bad fellow. But Raila realized, no, let us accept whatever it is. He supported that constitution, and with the late Mwai Kibaki, for the constitution to be what it is. If I was asked, and I'm not a lawyer by any stretch of imagination, what can we do about the current constitution, is to do what we call an audit. We ask ourselves, you've served us so well for the last 15 years, which are areas where we can improve, and which are areas where we can navigate and canvass the public opinion for us to have a constitution that is working for us. Otherwise, this constitution is neither Westminster nor American style. It is somewhere in the high seas between American and British. And it is not akin to the French style, where there is a prime minister with capacity to run government, whose tenure is determined by the president whenever is not able to sustain the job that he has been given. So what we need to do is to ask ourselves, what kind of democracy do we need in Kenya? Are the counties that we have the right number to have? How can we do it differently? How can we improve the resources, getting to the ground, where we are saying now education, issues of agriculture, issues of healthcare, they are devolved, but you are devolving the functions and you are retaining the money at the headquarters. These are some of the issues that we need to sit down as the people of this country, or this republic, or this state, or this nation, and say, what can we do better to make sure everybody is happy?
And when you look at it, is this a document issue or implementation issue? Because if you look at the 2010 constitution, it's not fully implemented. And so is it an issue of people not implementing, or do we need to relook at the document? Because we've seen different attempts to actually amend during BBI, and lately there was NADCO report. Is the problem the document or the implementation, where when I get to power, I feel like there are clauses or sections that do not favor me as a leader or my ideologies, and then we look at trying to amend it?
It is a product of both. And of course, I told you that I'm not a lawyer by any stretch of imagination, but I would have expected the tradition that we had from 1963 to the time we had the 2010 constitution was a way that the executive was represented in legislature through ministers. And if it was to be asked for, as a layman in the street, how can we do it better? I would say 1/3 of the ministers should come purely from outside. And 2/3 of ministers should come from members of the National Assembly, or whichever, basically National Assembly. And those who come from outside, they become ex officio members of the National Assembly for purposes of that interaction between the minister and the member of National Assembly. Many problems can be solved over a cup of tea. When I was minister, there are some MPs that you could sit down, you agree, and the question does not have to be raised at the floor of the House. You call him to your office, you discuss with the officers, and you're able to give some kind of guidance to the officers on how to address the issue raised by a member of parliament. That has something to do with the document. But also, there is the issue of the paradigm shift that leaders need to understand. That the fact that you are the president, the fact that you are the leader of the minority leader, that is what you are calling official opposition, does not make you have a straight neck or a stiff neck that because I'm the president, because I'm in the opposition, I have to oppose everything that the government is saying. So it is something that we need to change our paradigm, to realize that leadership does not only emanate from State House. You can be a leader even in the street.
We'll come back to you, but I'm told we have to move to Opoda Farm where Jeremiah Kioni from Jubilee Party is speaking. Let's listen in.
Fanya kazi kubwa sana zaidi ya kuwa ya kwamba watetea wa Kenya kwa kila jambo. Sisi kana wana Jubilee pia alitutetea sana wakati chama chetu kilikuwa kinanyakuliwa, na alisimama kitete na sisi, na bila baba hatungekuwa na Jubilee siku ya leo. Kwa hivyo tumekuja tu kusema pole, na pia to remember that what he stood for. And I believe that the best way that we can remember Baba is to continue with the fight for the good of the common man or the common person, because that is what he did all through his life. Na wengi ni wale hawakumfahamu. Uhuru Kenyatta was able to capture who Baba was to this country. Kuna wale walikuwa wanamfikiria yeye is a tribalist, but he wasn't. Wale walikuwa wakifikiria he is a divider, but he wasn't. Kuna wale walikuwa wanafikiria kwamba alikuwa akifanya mambo ajifaidi kwa fedha. That was never his goal. He was always there for the people. Na hii kitu yake ya kuongea akifanya mkono namna hii, when you are in the room with him, was a very warm thing, and he used to welcome all of us. When we were in Azimio, whenever there were disagreements, akikaa pale kwa kiti, within some 5-10 minutes, nyinyi wote mmeelewana na mmepata safari. Kwa hivyo sisi kama Jubilee na pia wana Azimio, this is a sad moment for us, but we thank God for those of us who are able to work with him, and we got to understand him. And I can tell you, we are here in Kisumu because of who Baba was. That is what has brought me here in Kisumu. And the fact that he was also a brother to my party leader, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
Unaweza tuambia kibinafsi ulikuwa na uhusiano gani na Raila, na utupatie kumbukizi moja ambayo utabaki nayo licha ya kuwa ameondoka?
Tulifanya kazi karibu sana wakati wa Azimio. Na alikuwa akinipigia simu, ananiambia uko wapi Jeremiah? Ananiambia niko hapa. Kuja asubuhi tunaingia ndege tunaenda pande hii tukiwa juu kwa hewa. That was another Raila. And alikuwa naijua Kenya hii hata livers. Nakwambia ile ni that liver, hiyo that is a boundary for this county. Ile nyumba ni ya fulani. That is Raila for you. On air he was also something else. But he was Baba. Baba was Baba. And that's why we are here.
Kama viongozi ungependekeza nini haswa ichukuliwe? Naona Mama Ida anawasili hapa, na picha hizo ambazo unaona ni Mama Ida Odinga akiwasili kwa mara ya kwanza katika makazi haya. Tafadhali songa. Asante sana. Naam, picha hizo ambazo unaona ni Mama Ida amewasili na Rosemary, pia nimemwona akifika hapo katika eneo hili katika makazi yao ya Opoda Farm. Wamewasili kwa mara ya kwanza tangu kifo cha mumewe Raila Amolo Odinga kutangazwa. Na kwa sasa naam, jinsi unavyoona Raila mkewe Ida Odinga ama mkewe Raila Odinga, Ida Odinga amewasili katika eneo hili na viongozi wanaelekea kumpokea. Viongozi ambao walikuwa wamefika katika eneo hili wanaelekea kumkaribisha katika eneo hili. Kwa sasa tutajaribu tu tupate picha hizi. Kumbuka kwamba mtu mwingine ambaye alifungua milango hizi ilikuwa ni Oburu Odinga akiwasili kutangaza rasmi kuhusu kifo cha Raila katika kijiji hiki ama katika makazi yake hapa. Kwa hivyo picha hizo ambazo unaona ni kwamba maafisa wa KDF wamefunga lango na kukinga wale watu ambao wanaingia katika makazi haya. Picha ambazo unaziona ni kwamba mkewe Raila Amolo Odinga, Ida Odinga, amewasili katika makazi haya, na nimemwona akiandamana na wanawake. Nimemwona Rosemary akifika hapa. Kuna mtu ambaye alikuwa anajaribu kujiingiza kwa lazima katika eneo hili, lakini wamekabidhiwa na maafisa wa polisi na maafisa wa jeshi ambao kwa sasa wanatoa usalama katika makazi haya. Kwa sasa tunaelekezwa kuondoka katika eneo hili, tusonge tu tuone kwa umbali. Endelea tu, unaweza kuwa live bado.
Yeah, there you have it. Those are images from Opoda Farm, where the Secretary General of Jubilee, Jeremiah Kioni, was earlier speaking. But also we saw Ida Odinga arrive at her rural home. That's in Opoda Farm. And a bit of scuffle there, Helen, if you saw that. I think it's someone who was trying to make their way in, but the security did not allow him, which means security is actually very tight there, Helen.
I believe that would be the case because at this particular moment, I believe even if you are a relative, a distant relative, you may just not be allowed in. You have to be either the inner circle of the family to be allowed in because of that security that you can see there, because that is special unit, I believe, standing outside guarding the home. And even outside, as we had seen the scuffle earlier, this only shows that they will have to reinforce